Good evening. We'll go ahead and call the meeting to order today, November 15th, and we'll start with a roll call. Trustee Grist?
Present.
Trustee Martinez?
Here.
Trustee Toasty?
Here.
Trustee Marks?
Mark here.
And then Torres de Luna here. And do we have any public comments for closed session?
I don't have anything here.
And there's nothing on the phone.
Okay, and do we have a motion to convene the close?
I'll make a motion to convene the close.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, closed session. Good evening, everyone. We'll go ahead and call the meeting back to order now. Can we have somebody do the, or wait, call it back, flag salute. Can we have somebody do the flag salute?
Sure. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Do we have, do we have any public comment?
No.
Here. I'm sorry, community, yes, community and student staff recognition. We have a resolution this month that we'd like to go ahead and read, and it's for declaring the month of November as Indigenous Peoples Heritage Month. Whereas Indigenous Peoples Day is nationally celebrated on the second Monday of October, and the month of November is Native American Heritage Month. The Hollister School District Board of Trustees are honored to acknowledge and celebrate local and national American Indians and the significant contributions made to grow the U.S. And whereas on a national level, there are Native Americans that continue to make history, such as James Ramos, the first California Native American to be elected to the State Assembly, and Joy Hartho, the nation's 23rd poet laureate and the first Native American poet to serve in the position. And whereas over 70% of our American Indian and Alaska Native people now live in urban areas, with California having the largest population in the country. Whereas Indigenous people, an estimated 6 tribal groups, were located in San Benito County, were and maybe are, and neighboring counties including the Ohlone, Matsun, Pagson, Shalon, Tamarone, Anselma, and Salina, and have had and continue to have distinct, rich cultures binding them to the earth and all of its inhabitants. And whereas the 2020 United States Census reported 3.2% of the population identify as American Indian, Alaska Natives living in San Benito County, and whereas the Hollister School District is committed to enhancing equity, inclusion, diversity, and partnership with and for all students, and therefore be it resolved that the Hollister School District and the Governing Board of Trustees do hereby adopt this resolution to recognize Indigenous Peoples Day in October and November as Native American Heritage Month. Do we have a motion to approve?
I make a motion that we approve resolution number 15:2223.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, and then the only other thing I'd like to say about that is, in case people are not aware, there's a place called Indian Canyon right up this road, as a matter of fact, and the Sayers family is there, and they welcome visitors, and they'll do presentations for our school district. They have in the past, and I looked up their website, and there's a contact info for anyone if you want to schedule such type of presentation at your school or in your class, or if you want to take a group of students, and maybe something for us to think about, as it could be any time. It doesn't have to be in November and October. So thank you. And then next I'll pass it to our superintendent for a video.
Okay, take 2. So good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's meeting. Tonight we have under our community recognition a video that will be up on the screen soon. And it is recognizing the fact that we as people, as humans, all have trauma in our lives, and we all bring it to work. We all have it at home. Our students carry certain unique aspects with them, our families. And it's a good reminder that when we walk onto our schools, it's a good community reminder when we walk onto our schools, onto our district office, engage with each other, that we all have different needs. We all have different backgrounds, and there is a absolute need for that respect to come across, and I believe it does in our district. I believe we do honor each other's backgrounds and each other's strengths and each other's areas and opportunities for growth. And I wanted to share this, and I really thank Eliana Delgadillo, who shared it with our assistant superintendent, who then shared it with me. It's a positive message to share. It's about 4 minutes long, so get comfortable and enjoy the message, please, because it's one that I definitely believe in. Thank you. Thank you, Brandon. So that leads me to the question for all of us, and I know that as educators, every day, students walk into the classrooms and our teachers and our staff work with several different situations. Some of our students are fed, they get to sleep at night, some don't. And the beauty in the fact that each day we have adults that show up to work with the students, regardless of the background situations, and we come to work with each other regardless of our background situations. And I want to publicly say that the district is better because each one of our staff members works for the district, and because we have the consciousness of knowing that as humans, we are meant to work and live in communities. And the Hollister School District is strong because of a thought such as the one that we just saw. Would we treat people differently if we knew what they were walking through? When I walk into the classrooms, I see that that is happening. We may not know the details of what's happening in the homes of our students or in our own personal homes, but I do see that we care about each other and we want to work together. So, thank you.
Thank you. I think that also the video was good because it showed also that it could be staff or the
Yeah.
students. So I thought that was a good balance. And then too, I think it reminds me of also generational trauma, right, for us to consider, especially with families as well as racial dynamics, right, especially when we're talking about Native American Indigenous people and the genocide that occurred and the loss of culture and language, and just taking that into account since we're talking about Indigenous people this month.
Mhm.
So thank you. Announcements from closed session, we didn't have any. And do we have a motion to approve the agenda?
I move that we pull 12B and push it, 12B being consideration and action on ratification of contracts under 15,000, and push that to December, where we can cover November and December. Yeah, I would move to approve it with that amendment.
Okay.
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. And do we have any public comments?
Yes. Denise McNett.
Good evening, board members and Superintendent Sanchez. My name is Denise McNett, and I'm a 5th grade teacher at the Accelerated Achievement Academy. At the last board meeting on October 25th, 2022, Ms. Myers gave a presentation about our district's dismal test scores from last year. Toward the end of that presentation, she addressed what the district is planning to do to help bring up these numbers. She mentioned that the district is providing such things as inclusive classrooms, Eureka Great Minds math coaching, in-service training, computer programs, and elementary prep time. Well, I'm here tonight to speak to you about the so-called elementary prep time. As elementary school teachers, we are expected to plan engaging lessons for language arts, which includes whole group reading, small group reading, phonics or word study, grammar, writing, vocabulary, ELD, and read aloud. We also plan for math, science, history, and now PE. At the Accelerated Academy, we are also expected to plan PBL projects and lessons in coding and robotics. After planning and then teaching all these subjects, we need to assess or grade assignments and then plan interventions for each of our students who didn't meet the standards. We are expected to look at, mine, and evaluate our classroom data in order to assure that students are making adequate progress toward the standards. We're expected to conduct data chats with students, keep parents informed of their students' progress, attend staff meetings, and still find time to collaborate with our teams. All of these are vital to student success. We need appropriate time to do them effectively. Anything less is disrespectful to us as professionals. The contract day at our school starts at 7:45 a.m. and ends at 3:15. Elementary students are in the classroom from 8:05 until 2:40. This means that I have 20 minutes before school and 35 minutes after school to do my regular planning, copying, grading, recording, collaborating, and parent communication. This is only on the weeks that we don't have before or after school yard duty. On most Thursdays, elementary teachers have a total of 1 hour and 50 minutes additional after-school prep time. Compare this to the middle school teachers who, in addition to 15 minutes before and after school, have one period of daily prep for an additional 2 hours on Thursdays. Last year, when we had PE teachers, we had 100 minutes beyond before and after school time a week for collaboration, planning, and data analysis. But that has been taken away from us. Ms. Myers commented that now elementary teachers have extra early Thursdays once a month, which gives us 50 minutes more prep time. Although this is not dishonest, it's very misleading. Elementary teachers actually have 350 minutes less planning time per month than we had last year, with an additional subject to prep for, yet you're looking for improved test scores. This expectation is unreasonable, if not impossible. Elementary school teachers need daily, guaranteed, uninterrupted planning time to meet the needs of our students and the increased expectations you have set for us. According to a recent study by Fortune, more than 44% of K-12 employees feel always or very often burned out, and that more than 52% of teachers are feeling this way. This directly correlates to the district's inability, can I finish out at 2 sentences? The district's inability to find highly qualified teachers to fill the many vacancies at our schools. Your teachers are overwhelmed and feel underappreciated. Many of us are counting the days till we can retire or are considering a move to another district. You are asking the impossible of us and granting us no time to do it. Thank you.
Cheryl Rios.
Good evening, Board, Superintendent Sanchez. Tonight I start with a stanza from a poem. I hope you recognize it. Oh, somewhere in this favored land, the sun is shining bright. The band is playing somewhere, and somewhere hearts are light. And somewhere men are laughing, and somewhere children shout. But there is no joy in Mudville, mighty Casey has struck out. Now, over the past few months, HESTA and Hollister students have been excited to hear that after-school sports were being brought back. An athletic director was hired, coaches were hired, students were encouraged to sign up for the first season. Well, not all is well in HSD, after-school sports program. I heard today that the first season has been canceled. Not because of lack of student interest, but because of less coaching interest than anticipated. I was told we have enough coaches for our comprehensive middle schools and HDLA. We don't have coaches for our TK8 sites from AAA though. So at least one site administrator complained that it wasn't equitable for our middle schools to have sports when their school and others could not. I find that to be a faulty understanding of what equitable means. It's like the adage that a few rotten apples spoil the whole barrel. Why should all students be denied access to sports because of a few? When the middle school grades were added to Calaveras, parents were explicitly told not to expect all the offerings of comprehensive middle schools. Sports was one of the things they should not expect. After all, our TK8 middle schools and AAA are schools of choice. Parents choose those schools understanding their focus and limitations. What options have been considered to solve the problem of no sports in Hollister? Who has been consulted? I only heard about this afternoon, and I have an idea. Why not invite all HSD middle school students at TK8 schools and AAA the opportunity to join the teams at their home middle school? That would be an equitable solution. All students would be invited. It might be inconvenient for parents to get students to practices, but they would have a chance to play. Where there's a will, there's a way. I'm sure other options can be considered. Not having sports should not be one of them. We can do better for our students, and we must. Like Mudville, there is no joy in Hollister tonight, and quite possibly for the rest of the school year. HSD has struck out. Thank you.
Thank you. That's all the public comment that I have.
Okay, no phone.
Nope.
And then next we have reports, Hollister School District Community School Board Report.
Thank you. I was hoping to go on first and not have to deal with it. Thank you. Good evening, Superintendent Sanchez, Board of Trustees, and the educational community of Hollister. You know me as the coordinator of migrant education, and I'm also the community school coordinator. Tonight, I'll be providing a general introduction to community schools. To help us define what is a community school, inform everyone of our grant process, years 1 and 2, update you on what we've been doing so far, and outline our next steps of the assets and needs assessment process. Community schools have been around for 30 years, 30 plus years, but that pandemic showed us that how much everyone relied on the school system and on schools to provide students with more than the academic. It's an approach that is being supported by the National Teachers Association and the State Board of Education. These are the community schools in Hollister School District: Calaveras, Oro Hardin, Sunny Slope, Mays, and Rancho. These schools qualify because of their high percentage of students that were impacted by educational disparities, historic, and the impacts of the pandemic. Community schools are based on the idea that it's a shared responsibility to provide services and support from all the community systems, including health, housing, food, mental, and health services. The community has a stake in making our schools great. Community schools represents an approach where educators, schools, parents, and community partners and students are engaged in an authentic partnership with one another to improve student outcomes. See, students go to their teacher when they have academic needs, but at some schools, they go to that same person for all their other needs. As one student put it, I have to come to school and pretend that everything is okay when everything is not okay. We're all recovering, and we need this approach that gives us time and resources to help our students. We already have the heart. Community schools is built upon 4 pillars. The first one is integrated student supports. So there may be clinics or counselors and other services at the school. Number 2, enriched learning time and opportunities. At these schools, there would be more options for extended day, summer opportunities, and real-life experiences through field trips. Number 3, family and community engagements. Schools would provide parenting classes and would become a hub of that particular community. And number 4, there would be a collaborative leadership where teachers, leaders, staff, community members all come together in a trusting network to evaluate the needs and leverage their assets. One community school example here at Hollister School District was in talking through a need with a principal at one of our schools. She realized that there was chronic absenteeism in TK through K. Well, maybe we want to jump to the conclusion that, oh, parents don't care, or, they're too little, so the parents don't see the importance of a TK or a K schooling. But in looking at her assets, she was realizing that her families do value education, and they show up for the school events. So then we dig deeper, and we realized that there was data. Families didn't have insurance. They don't have a lot of private insurance. So they were reliant on the local clinic for immunization. But the local clinics were only providing appointments during certain days and during certain times. And the influx of new residents to this area has created a really tight schedule where there are appointments that have to be made months and months in advance. In the meantime, our students were staying home because they didn't have the immunizations. So one idea we came up with was to invite the clinic and have a PM clinic for immunizations as well as vaccines there at the school. So that is one example. Another example came from a conversation that I had with a library media specialist and then a principal at another school across town. They realized that students really love to read, but the 6th and 8th grade students had a limited supply of books because now their school had to purchase library books with that elementary budget of TK5, and there wasn't enough money for the 6th through 8th. So leveraging a partnership that we have already established with the county library, we came up with a proposal to provide a rotating book loan program. Now, we already have this at the migrant preschool, where the library delivers books, and then the teachers have a thematic unit, they send it back, and they rotate. And the library also provides students with free books. So that's the idea we came up with for those two schools, so that they could provide those resources to the 6th through 8th grade students who didn't have the high interest material and were being discouraged from free reading. In summary, community schools is an approach to mitigate the academic and social impacts of emergencies that affect local communities, especially those high-need schools. It's also to improve school responsiveness to students and family needs, and to organize the school and community resources to address the barriers of learning. We're in the first stages of planning with this community school grant. Right now, we're in the planning grant stage. Now, we can apply for up to 2 years for this planning grant, and the money is really geared towards the district level, and it is probably just enough to pay for some salaries and all the other benefits and all the other little details of salaries. But it is also for planning systems. I believe we are going to advocate for applying for the implementation grant. And that is a grant that is available to those schools over a 5-year period, and it would provide them with $1 million to $5 million, depending on the need and depending on the programs that we can already plan out for. So what have we been working on in these past months? We had a wonderful partner, Target, who provided the district with a truckload of school supplies. So we rallied the troops, and we had our partners at every school site that we could call on. The admin and our support staff was just amazing, and they passed those out to students that needed those supplies, and also to teachers. We provided kind of welcome bags to some of the substitutes, and then some of the new teachers as well. There's also in the works a coat and jacket drive at one of our schools, and then we are trying to raise funds for a cricket machine at one of our schools, because we only have one school that does not have that available to their staff. So those are the immediate needs. Also, we're working on the clinic opportunities for the immunization, and also working on our partnerships with the library. In the onboarding or providing information to the admin, I've been meeting one-on-one to get the administrative perspective about what their school assets are and what their needs are. And also I have been going out on Tuesdays, and I call it Tap Out Tuesdays. So if they need to, like, like in wrestling when when you tap out and someone needs me to sub, or just help them out making ice for a health clerk, anything that I can be helpful with, but at the same time, I am having conversations and building relationships and asking people what do they see as the assets and needs. Because I think it's really, really important that we also get the voice of everyone who doesn't come to the table, of everyone who we need to invite to the table to give their opinion and their recommendations. Also, we are scheduling site meetings so that I can talk to the staff members. And then also, I've been having community school visits. We have an administrator that had a wonderful idea. I went out today to a school site. I went out to R.L. Hardin, and the admin had a little coffee station with cookies, and I had my asset and needs survey, and I did an informal collection of the parents when they were coming out. We'd offer them coffee and a cookie, and then staff members were stopping by. We had SPED staff. We also had teachers, intervention teachers. So we have quite a collection of, we have 20 surveys, because again, we want to make sure that with that population, because they may not be as tech savvy, or they might not know how to use Parent Square, we needed to make sure that we're having a multiple ways of collecting that information. But we will be having a more formal assessment process, and that's in the development, and that's for staff, community, parents, and students as well. The district coordinator, that would be me, and Leonor Rojas, my support secretary, we have been asset mapping. So after those conversations with the admin, taking a look at what are the assets that we have at different school sites, and maybe they can complement each other. We've also been taking a look at their needs and their trends, and having some data analysis. Some of the findings, I'm going to spoil the surprise, but some of the findings were in the areas of parent education, school climate, social emotional, health, and literacy, early literacy. So we're going to continue to collect that data and work with the admin. There's a meeting this Thursday evening with the administrators of the 5 community schools. And I've been, aside from collecting data, I've been assessing our current service providers, because in the future we'll need to vet people who offer us services, and we need a process for that. And also taking a look at the trends, not only at the schools, but across the district. So I have the data for the trends across the district and how they complement each other. And so we can have kind of a focus. And then taking a look at business and potential partners. I have some leads. And then I've also reached out to the city government, because again, it's a community effort. I've also been learning. I've attended conferences with the National Community Schools Organization, and then something very powerful is the teaching learning communities. It's the TLCs with other community schools coordinators in our region. And they're taking us through the development of the community schools process. So they're taking us from kind of ground zero all the way to the planning stages, and then through the implementation grant, and there'll be assistance with that as well. Then I'm a proponent for sustainability, and so I know that we're going to need someone on the ground level at every school site, almost like the liaisons are for migrant education. And so I've been compiling a shared drive with a lot of those resources, information for communities, for the training, and presentations and guides as well. So I just wanted to end with this quote. It's from the CTA, and it says, "A community school is the heart of a community, uniting diverse and engaged stakeholders to make the school community stronger and support the whole child, meaning children are not just supported in academics, but are learning in environments that make them feel safe, valued, engaged, challenged, and healthy. Community schools provide not only tremendous opportunities for learning and success for students, but also offer hope, opportunity, and transformation to entire communities."
When I read this, first off, it's a great presentation. And the first thing that hits me is, there's a huge gap in California for children who do not yet identify with on the spectrum of autism.
Mhm.
If they're not identified by the age of 3, they're not gonna receive any services until they get to public school and they're 5, and the behaviors haven't been addressed, and now we're, back. So when the chronic absenteeism on your first page, and the families, and how to help the children, and the first thing is I was thinking behavior health, because their impulsivity is ruling the day. So I think that in that part, this first part area where they're first coming in, we really need to have people that know how to identify children that haven't been identified yet. And a lot of it is because they don't have proper medical care,
Right.
So they're not seeing their pediatricians to help identify. These are things that happen. And so, we have children that are now in 3rd grade who maybe didn't get the help that they should have gotten earlier. And it makes a big difference in the learning. So I think in that part, if we have someone, to make sure that we have someone that can help in that area to identify for special education.
Thank you.
And then you hit it already on the head in regards to an effective approach, where you already talked about the idea about parenting classes. I think it's really important that especially at the lower, sometimes parents just need to be told, you're doing the right thing.
Mhm.
You got to keep that up. That's exactly what you need to do. You're in charge. They're not in charge. You're in charge. And parents need that. Sometimes, parents need that extra, you're doing it correctly. And the more we help our parents be parents, especially at the little stage of when they're young, I think the better off we all are. Child and the parents, and the happiness of the family. And sometimes it's just like, you're doing a great job. And so I just love this idea, and that you had brought up about parenting, because I think you're just right on the money there. I have parenting and identification of behavior. Oh, and then, sorry, I'm on the wrong one. That's it for me. I think it's great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Other
I'm
comments?
already on to the next presentation.
Other comments or questions?
Thank you.
I just want to thank you for this. This is a great program. I'm really excited about it, and this is a great presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, ditto. It does sound like you're doing a lot, but there's still a lot to do.
Yeah.
And it's a good thing to reach out to the community in bigger ways moving forward after you get through with the staff and at each site, just to see what other great ideas might rise to the surface.
Right.
And I hear what Jan was saying about like behavioral health and being able to identify as early as possible people who need any kind of occupational therapy of any kind, not just on the autism spectrum, but other too.
Right.
But also then to be able to have, it's one thing to get assessed and another thing to have the support, at a price that, either volunteer at a price that people can actually access. So it's a big job, and I'm glad we're doing it. I think it's a really special way that communities can be built and support each other along with the teachers and the staff of the district. So, but I think it's going to take some time. Thank you, though.
Thank you so much.
So I'm a big community schools advocate. So thank you. I do have some specific questions that I think would be good, not only for us, but I think for the public.
Okay.
So you mentioned the 2-year grant pays for salaries, just so that we're all clear, which salaries?
So that 2-year grant is for a planning, just for planning.
Okay.
So their motto is go as slow as you can, but I sense the urgency, so I'm capitalizing on all those little wins and those immediate needs that that we have. And so I'm paid out of the community schools grant, and then say we had some support staff that volunteered to pass out the supplies at Target. We also paid them. So it's as we go along, we'll be paying people to help us. Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yes,
Yeah.
thank you.
Transparency, right?
Yes,
And then
definitely.
it also talked on one of the slides, the implementation grant, right? The
Mhm.
5-year, and I know you're just starting, but then whoever can answer, right?
Mhm.
What do you all foresee that money, just in general terms, overview, like, is it gonna pay for, more staff, parenting classes, what do you all foresee, with that bigger pot of money?
That's a really good question. In regards to what the money can fund. So the money can fund various different things, all tied to the different pillars that are attached to the community schools. Ideally, if we can fund parent engagement, supplemental staff that can help with the coordination of health fairs at a school site or the medical portion of it. SE support, social emotional, if it can help pay for staff that coordinate the services. 5 sites is a lot for a district our size. We are hoping to be able to utilize the funds that we receive to the maximum, so that this can be a sustainable program, so that it is not, a one and done approach. That's not going to help.
Right.
We want this to be changing for the history of the district.
So then, perfect, then a follow-up, because I was curious too about the connection with the social emotional folks. We already have the social work supervisor that should be on board. And then could we pay for, in that grant, for a social emotional person then? Is that a possibility?
It would be dependent on the guidelines, and the guidelines right now indicate that, yes, any type of funding, right, that comes
Any
in
type
from
of personnel.
yes,
Mhm.
that comes in is categorical. That's one thing that we want to remember, because we've talked a lot about whether in our district, who's funded with categorical funding or restricted, who's funded with unrestricted, and so on. So we're talking about restricted categorical funding.
And to be clear, that has nothing to do with that 90%.
If it's restricted, it does
It's
not.
grant money. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Just so that we're all clear.
Mhm.
Okay,
For the
good.
clarification.
That's good to know, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
That's a good chunk of money that
Mhm.
we can be creative with, depending on the needs of our students,
Of our
right?
schools, and it's really important to know that the how the money is earmarked is based on that needs and assets
Mhm.
Okay.
survey. So it's going to be unique to that school. We have schools that say they want to provide PE teachers back. We have schools that said they want a counselor at their school full-time. And so it will depend on the needs of that school and the summary of the admin, the parents, the students, and staff input.
Thank you for
So,
saying
yeah,
that.
this
And
is
then-
really promising.
And then one last thing that I want to credit you is the issue of the technology and especially with Earl Hardin, right? And being able to go in person, paper,
Mhm.
cookie,
Yeah.
and it's just
Working with your
catch
clientele.
yourself.
Mhm.
I think that we need to do that more often if
Yeah,
possible in our
definitely.
schools. So thank you.
Thank you very much.
So just on piggybacking on that, I think the fact that you're also the coordinator for migrant
Mhm.
has a big impact on your coordination of the community schools, because with migrant, you recognize the additional needs and services
Right.
their families need. And I think it's
And
important, as a community, if we want this to be successful, it has to be embraced by all of us as a community,
Exactly.
including our city council and our board of supervisors, because as you will find, won't be a lot of services locally that can possibly address some of these. We may even have to look at outside agencies to come into San Benito County to provide some of these services, and they are there. There are organizations willing to come into San Benito County to provide dental screenings, dental procedures, you know, things of that nature. So I think a bigger conversation with those, because again, our community is growing, but if we want to be able to not be a one and done and continue to have this type of outreach with the community pantry, you know, and even having a little, and then the space facilities wise, right? Because if we're gonna want a clinic, then do we have a classroom? Do we want to have a pantry? Do we have a classroom? Do we, you know, just so many different things, right? And then staff, because you will also have to man it. Somebody has to man it, right? Somebody's got to clean it, and if it's our facility, it kind of falls on us, right? But I just, you know, in having done things like this community-wide, trying to figure out, you know, getting everybody at the table to really understand the importance of this and their contribution to make it be successful. Because if they don't see the importance of how it impacts our children, our staff that provide that needed support, we're not going to be successful. And that's what I want us to make sure that we're constantly going back, because they need to know what is needed in this community, because we can't produce that, you know, we can't. We can only access it if it exists, but if it doesn't exist, then where do you go? Right? You're spending hours upon hours trying to research where you can bring in, you know, these resources, because they don't exist here. And that's again, what is our advocacy? What are we going to do as a board, as a, you know, district, to then start advocating for those things that are needed in this community? But again, I think a conversation for this to be fruitful needs to be expanded to others, and really have us all sit down at a table and say, this is what I'm willing to do, this is what I'm willing to do, this is what I'm willing to do. And all on behalf of our children.
Yeah, and we have to address those little ones, because they're not being served right now. We have a huge gap with the way the state handles it, so we need to help those little guys.
But again, you know, we wanna make sure it's something manageable, that it's not all on our shoulders either, you know? Again, you know, the compromise and the risk has to be shared by all. And, you know, we can only do what we can do, right? But a community school involves more than just educating. Peace, right? So there's just so much more, and we need partners, because you can't do it all. Your support staff can't do it all. And again, you know, I want us to start opening up those conversations, those, you know, we have to bring people here to have these meetings, and, you know, or us go to, you know, city council or board of supervisors meetings, whatever we have to do, so that they understand there's importance to there's a connection to what they're doing and what they need to provide, right? Moving together as a community. Because we kind of stay in our own circles and really don't engage one another in that need, you know, of growth. So I'm hoping with this development that we start having more of those types of engaging conversations.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Next report is on English Learner Master Plan.
I always have to hold this, I'm too tall. Good evening, Superintendent Sanchez, board members, and our teachers, staff members, former student, and cabinet. I'm here to give you a brief update on how things are going right now with our English Learner Master Plan. and just a little bit of information about what's going on with it. So first of all, I'm presenting just an update right now on how it's going with the master plan and what we are going to do with the English language learner master plan. At this point, 30% of our students are English learners in the Hollister School District, and the master plan provides a specific guideline to the district, staff, as well as anyone, parents too, who want to know on how we identify and how we service the needs of our multilingual learners. And so the master plan is an important guiding document for us, and it's one that needs to be updated. So this is the plan of how I will be working on the master plan this year. The master plan was worked on already by previous coordinators, so it already is in draft form. There's been an extensive amount of work done on it. So usually a master plan would take maybe about 2 years to write. In this case, I'm going to work on completing it this school year and then presenting it to you by the end of the year. But in order to do that, I need to let you know what the plan is and what that's going to look like. So we're going to start with fall. And this fall, I'm working on putting together our teams that will be working on the master plan. That's stage 1. During winter, which will begin in about January, we'll be analyzing EL data and our educational experience for our learners, as well as their hopes and aspirations, not just for students, for teachers, for all the people that are involved in this committee. In spring, we'll start to evaluate and make recommendations to the plan. And then we'll complete our final review, do the writing, and then I will present the plan to you in June. When the plan is presented to you, that's when you'll be able to look at the plan in full and then give it your final approval and input. So you will have that ability, as well as I will be giving a longer presentation that day, letting you know about all of the pieces. So I'm going to talk to you a little bit more about who is going to be part of the plan and how we're putting that together. Like I said, today is a brief meeting. Oh, that's right, I have that. There we go. The master plan is made up of several different community members. And so for our first member or first group, we have our superintendent and our cabinet, whose input is very important for creating the master plan. We have our large group right there in the orange of our district and site leads, who are teachers and administrators. We also have educational services directors, coordinators, and migrant coordinator. We also have special education because we have many students who are dually identified. So we have English learners who are also in special education, and we need to know how we respond to those students. And then we have parents, students, and community. I'll be presenting actually tomorrow to the DLAC parents. And then I'm also going to be presenting to our Mission Achieve after school students. So they're going to get pulled into this too, as well as other community members. And so that's what our master plan is going to look like so far. That's the plan on how we're going to move forward with our master plan. I know you're going to have lots of questions for me tonight. And I can tell you that for most of it, what we'll be doing is we're going to be reviewing many things when we look at the master plan. So we're looking at the document that's already been created, but then we really want to look at it at the lens of how are things going right now within our district? What are things that we need to address? And is there anything in it that we need to change and update? So some of the things we'll definitely be looking at are reclassifications, designated in ELD, integrated ELD. We'll be looking at newcomers and services for dually identified students, as well as notifications. So those are just some of the things on the list. And with that, what I'd like to do, and with your approval, of course, is replace the English Learner Master Plan we have on the webpage with our slides here, so that anyone that goes on the site knows that we are currently working on our master plan and when that's expected to be posted. Okay. So I told you it would be short. It really is.
No, thank you.
But I'm sure you have some questions for me, so go ahead.
Well, when I was reading this, I had a couple of questions. And I guess the first question I have is, what is the goal? number one. And then what do you feel is your percent of reclassification are you looking at, and at what grade level? So I'm thinking, I come in kinder, and I am Spanish only. So I'm writing this plan. I'm of average intelligence. I don't have any special ed problem. I have parents who are very hardworking and want me to do well, and I have good attendance. So I'm an average kid. So what is the goal of HSD? Should I be fluent by the time I'm in 5th, 6th grade? I mean, what is our goal? And then, like I said, at what grade level? And so how do we look at it that way? I mean, how are you looking at this?
It's funny you should say that, because I've actually, looking over at Colleen, because she's seen me working on this, been working on an infographic with just exactly that information, Jan, because I had created, and this, I've been working on it for 2 days now, but something that shows parents, something that's easy for everyone to see and understand when a student, how they enter the school district. When they come in, the parents, they fill out a home language survey, and in the home language survey, it indicates a need for a testing, and then the LPAC testing, initial LPAC testing happens, and either the student is designated English learner or they're just designated an initial fluent student. And then how do they progress through the ranks from there? So then we have grade level by grade level, where how is a student going to go through, each grade level, what do we expect? The sweet spot, as I have it on my map right now, is between 4th through 7th grade, and that's right before they become an LTEL, which means a long-term English learner, and that's when they've been in the system for 6 years. But a student would essentially go from level 1 to 2 to 3, and maybe 3 again, and sometimes 3 one more time, and then they hit 4. But they can hit 4 and still have to make the other requirements to reclassify. So we're looking at giving students at least 4 years to be able to make that process happen. And so the map actually makes it really easy, I think, for parents to understand as well as something, and this is what we'll be working on this plan, is that communication piece, which I think is so important that no one would need to ask that question, because they'd have a really clear understanding from the get-go of what that is, and they would be able to find that information on our webpage, as well as they would be given that information when they register their kids for school, and hey, this is what it's going to look like, and this is what our plan is. So I'm glad you asked that.
Well, I've always felt that for English-only students, the reclassification process, I don't think many of our English-only students could pass the written part. In fact, yeah, I think it's very difficult, and I, it would be great just to see how, if you gave the test, how many of our English-only students could pass. And I would say not many. Now, I haven't been in the classroom since 2018, but I don't think it's changed that much. And so sometimes I feel it's almost, kind of reverse discrimination in regards to how we test out. But expository text reading is also difficult for both English only and EL students. And that's like 5th grade when they start to really have to start to consume expository text. So you're looking at, obviously 5th grade, they have to get through that. So I wouldn't expect somebody to be reclassified before 5th grade. Or do you?
Yeah, so I'm currently processing 111 students for reclassification in our district. And
before 5th grade? Or after? I mean, how do they?
Any grade after 3rd grade is this group of them, and then I will start to look at the kinder through 2nd grade students that meet the criteria, and it is a little bit different from when you left teaching.
Right.
So that big writing that they used to do does not exist anymore, and so now students have to meet their English only counterparts in their testing.
Well,
And
that's the
so
way it should have been.
yes, so it's not quite the same, and I don't know, I mean, I wouldn't say it's easier to hit the target, but it's not as difficult as
Well, I thought it
was.
was reverse discrimination.
There's still requirements though.
Oh,
So
yeah.
there's still thresholds that they have to meet that could prevent people from reclass.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I mean, I think it's
Absolutely.
still,
Very difficult.
I mean, and my question was consideration for the pandemic, right? Of
Oh, yeah.
our kids across the board, are
Right.
struggling. So are we gonna look at consideration?
Absolutely, yes, we're gonna need to. We're gonna need to kind of pivot and replan and look at it, and that's gonna come up loud and clear, which is why I think it's so interesting that we have this plan that's created and almost ready to go. And then as I read through it, I thought, no, we need to
Yeah.
stop and then
Thank
review
you.
this again as a team and make sure that
I
we're
think
really
that's a
on
good plan.
target. Yeah. Thank you.
Is 30% the most we've had in this district?
No, 30% is about what we've been maintaining for quite a while. Yeah.
Because I know with the pandemic, we weren't able to, those 2 years really do any type of this, testing. So I wasn't sure if we had a bigger amount of students, in that area, without being able to.
Yeah, we had 1 year that we only reclassified very few students when we didn't have testing that first year of the pandemic. But then after that, we were able to go ahead and continue because they changed the requirements so that we could do a different type of reclassification just during that time because nobody took the SBAC test and nobody had, so there was that, and we had several students that made those requirements too. So they're continuing to reclassify even during the pandemic.
Because I know this has been a concern, as the student matriculates to the high school, and not quite having a mastery of, we've had them for TK through 8th grade, and we still didn't we're able to reclassify. That's my biggest concern. And that's the biggest criticism I've heard. So that to me is the big red flag. How are we going to address that?
Yeah, so I've been working with the high school too.
I've heard.
And I am trying to get to them before they can. So, I mean, the race is on. But yes, certainly I'm aware of that. And we are working on that. Matter of fact, we got a new program this year called Elevation that helps us not only just see what the data looks like just for English learners, but it streamlines the process, makes it easy to identify students that are ready, makes it easy for us to track students that are very close, makes it easy to follow students who have reclassified and need to know how they're doing, how they're progressing. So that gives me a lot of information. I check it almost daily to see how our kids are doing, and then I can send a reclassification form from my office.
Right.
So that's why right now it's very it's looking good.
Oh, you guys have been doing a great job.
We're working on it.
Yeah,
Thank you.
I know you are.
I think there's no better joy for a parent to see their child reclassified. I remember when we'd have the little parties for the reclassification kids, it was great. The parents would come. It was such a joyful event. I think there's just, it's a wonderful program, and I wish we could just try to get more kids through it.
The thing when she said about parents, I think to me, having been an English learner, my parents had no idea what that meant. And nobody from school ever explained it to them. Nor did they know how to help me because they only spoke Spanish. So I want us to fix that as well, because I need for them to know, you're at 1 year, you're at 2 year. What does that mean? How do I get to that next level? Because if my parents don't know this information and can't have it explained to them in a way they can understand it, it's not going to help them or our children. And again, as an English learner, I'm an English learner for life, because I didn't get what I needed growing up. And, you know, my parents did the best that they could, but being field workers, they couldn't give me those resources. So, and I know many of our families are in that same situation now. And so I just want us to do better with that piece as well.
I don't have any additional questions. You did a good job of presenting where you're at. I'm looking forward to seeing what comes next. Sounds like you really have a lot of energy around this. And
Well, I have a lot of passion for
that's
this.
that's a good thing, because that's where the good things come. So thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. No further questions from me?
Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Next, we have a report on the Google Cast moderator trial.
Good evening. I'm back. I was like, wow, this is my 6th meeting. I just love to be up and dominating apparently in closet. Since Hollywood's not calling, I'll just go to the board meeting. I am here tonight to share with you some exciting things that are going on in Hollister. And I want to thank my team for their amazing presentations tonight, Community Schools and Master EL Plan. Yes, Ed Services has a lot of energy. We are moving. It's just our small but mighty team. Annabelle keeps us all in the right directions and helping us out. And so we've been busy. So, Mr. Johnson, thank you. So I'm here to report to you on Google EDU leaders in Hollister School District and how we are cutting edge even every day. We seem to improve, and I'm going to figure out this clicker here. Okay, so way back when in 2016, some of you may have even been there. Jan, you're in there, but off to the side. Yeah. We were transitioning superintendents, and I'm curious to see anybody else from the audience that was there. Yeah, over close to 200 employees showed up on their very first day of summer vacation for this thing that was contrived as Google Day. And it was quite a showing. We had lunch and hamburgers, there was crying and celebrations, and it was the gamut of emotions that day. And it started something that I didn't even realize until our director of IT had mentioned. He said, you set us up for success during the pandemic. And sure enough, I mean, who'd have thought that something that long ago really did start to snowplow us for success and perseverance through the pandemic, distance learning. So on that day, we made friends. We paired up with CUE, which is Computer Using Educators, and this gentleman here on the lower right, his name is John Carribo. He's a Fresno State Bulldog, just like myself and our superintendent, and quite an amazing man. He was a member of CUE, and we partnered, and he said, hey, this is exactly what districts need. He said, I'm so glad that you came to me. We, CUE, the organization, is going to create this launch, and it's going to be a lift for districts to educate their staff on Google tools. And so there was nothing more validating than I was at a couple years later, I think it was in Patterson at something educational related, and I saw a little sticker, it said launch on it, and I'm like, hey, Hollister was part of that. That was pretty cool. As you might know, we were given stickers, little tiles, every time we passed a Google Doc or Google Sheets. You got a sticker and you put them on your Chromebook or whatever, and so you could say, oh, you only have 4 stickers, I have 5, but all good fun. So anyways, I'm still waiting for my launch sticker because I was like, hey, we were part of that. Anyways, we made really great friends, and people are still connected with that group today. There's a really great conference that occurs in Palm Springs that is phenomenal. So as anytime teachers can go to that, it's highly recommended. We learned a lot. It started the pathway for Google Level 1 certification. And then those of us that are overachievers went for Level 2. And then I stepped away for 4 years. And but the torch was still carried. We had our what was it called? Your teachers, trainer of teachers. And then you had folks that were invited to Google Campus and take it a step further, and the district really invested in this path. I was so proud to hear that it kept going and growing. And now we're back at it. So here we go again. It's not going to be something as grand yet, but I just wanted to make you aware that our Director of Information Technology has instigated another challenge for our staff. And so we were available, or we made ourselves available for the CAS moderator study, and they picked us. Yay! We leveraged our shiny Google-ness, and they said, all right, you guys are worthy. So we are going to be receiving some devices gifted from Google, and we're going to try it out. And we thought, okay, Mr. Johnson and I were down, but, would anybody else be? So we saw this as life savings. You see the sample of what we're going to be trialing on the left there, and what the result is we're hoping for on the right. So what it really does is it unchains teachers from their desks, because right now they have, it's kind of clunky. We have Chromebooks that go to TV screens, but there's wires attached. And so it limits their ability to move about and engage with students and project, and on the fly say, student A, why don't you go ahead and share your presentation from your desk or whatnot. So we're really hoping, we see the benefit to this and hoping that it's going to work out. It's wirely cast from a device anywhere in the room. The ability for students to cast and share, access of course required, and then toggle smoothly between tabs, so they can be on YouTube, and then they can go right into Eureka, and then they can go right into other things that they have on their Chromebook. And then if they need to, they go back to the Elmo that's on the desk, but we'll be able to get them up and moving around, help them out with their 10,000 steps. So we were down with it, but we thought, oh, is anybody else going to play? Does anybody want to do this? Is this just another thing that's going to be like, I can't handle it? It's a lot of things out there. So we'll all be darned. You bet. We had adopters at all sides. It was so exciting. So every single, it was just, I sent it out, and within seconds, I started to see the responses. So if you link to a Google Sheet and you set your notifications, it'll tell you if somebody responded. And then, so I like to know in the moment instead of the daily summary. And it was like, all these responses. So within seconds, we had everybody on there. There's a second page to this, that you can't see the other two sites there. So anyways, I was thrilled. I was so excited. And then I thought, okay, well, what grade levels are really going to participate?
Wow.
Every single grade level. Yes. I'm so excited.
Wow.
Yep, every single grade level thought, you know what, we're down like Charlie Brown, let's try this. And then it was across all departments. And so we have our special ed, inclusive classroom teachers and regular ed. And so going back to those inclusive classroom teachers are really those early adopters, because 2/3 of them are in a co-taught class, which is awesome. Which is surprising, because you would think with 2 people in a classroom, you'd be like, okay, your station is there and I'll move around. Well, no, they all want to move around and, think of the access now. It's very exciting. So, so we're excited to get that rolled out. I think the Thanksgiving ferry is gonna be coming and putting those into the TV, while we're all recovering from tryptophan, and then they'll be able to implement that and try that out when we get back. So we're very excited about that. Yeah, and it's all official. People from Google, we have official meetings, and you know, you gotta so follow certain protocol and whatnot. It's very exciting. But wait, there's more. So I just happened to get there's many emails in your inbox, and this one was persistent, and then I finally got a phone call that correlated with that, and I thought, okay, well, let's respond. And this sweet lady from I think she's in Texas, she said, I've been desperately trying to get a hold of you all, and we have some services for you as a reward for, we purchased umpteen Chromebooks during COVID. We have an incentive for you sponsored by Google. I'm like, well, we just have to be friends with Google. So I'm surprised. We were gifted the opportunity for our teachers to take advantage of some online classes through Fry Ed Online. And they offer many different options, but these two, she said, you're gonna want to offer these two. Your teachers are gonna thank you for them. And so we have Rock the Classroom and Fried Mixtape, and each has their benefits. I think it's the Rock the Classroom is the one for, I'm sorry, the Mixtape is for primaries. So that'll be really great to see how technology can support our littles and with classroom management and engagement and whatnot. And then Rock the Classroom, giving teachers tools, the up and coming, latest and greatest kind of things.
That's so great.
So we then tied back to some university units, and I couldn't wait because I'm an instant gratification person. And so I sent that out yesterday within seconds. I had 32 people say, yes, please. And even people saying, I want to do both if possible.
Nice.
So yeah, we have a limited opportunity. We can do 20 in each of these. These are online courses that they can, they have to start by January 31st, and then they have 10 months to complete. So they'll do 6 hours of the coursework, and then we'll just follow up with, show us how has this impacted your students in your classroom, and then we'll sponsor a university unit for them.
That's great.
Yeah, I know, boost their brain power and their paycheck. It's a win-win. So that's well, this isn't a video. Oh. It's a video. It's an active video. These are magnets, so we'll have to close our eyes and envision this. The magnets are all drawn together, and all I can say is, what can we say? But we're magnets for this kind of stuff. It just happens. It just comes to us. We have an amazing team that always, I think as Alana Martinez said, sleeps with one eye open, and is looking for opportunities to improve the services for our teachers, which in turn improves the services for the students. So that's all. I mean, just a smidge of stuff here. Exciting. So I'm really excited to provide that for our teachers, those opportunities. We want to make their lives easier. Times are tough right now, and if they're willing and able, then we like to support them. So that's it, and I'll take questions if you have any.
I just think it's great.
Great job.
Can I sign up? No, I'm just kidding.
Sure. Yeah, no, it's very exciting.
That's great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think that you're the first person we don't have comments or questions.
We're all
We're like,
positive.
wow. Thank
That's
you.
good. Speechless.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next is our consent items. Do we have a motion to approve them?
I make a motion.
Except for B.
Yes, that we approve A, C, D, E, F, G.
All right.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, approved. And item 13, approval of board minutes.
No, we got
Oh.
down 12B.
No,
No,
It was
12B's
removed
moved
for
to
December.
December.
For next,
Okay,
that was the motion that was made.
earlier. Number 13, approval of board meeting minutes for September 2022. Do we have a motion?
I make a motion that we approve minutes for September 2022.
Well, second?
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, number 14, approval of board minutes for October 2022. Do we have a motion to approve?
I move we approve the board meeting minutes for October 2022.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Number 15, discussion action items. A, consideration and action on request for a proposal. Is that
This is.
for, yeah, it's a long,
Mhm.
so it looks like internet access services.
It definitely is IT.
Yes, it is. Good evening, board, superintendent. What we're bringing to you, and it's gonna be deja vu, as I bring 15A and 15B to the board. We separate them out because they're two separate categories. The first category is for E-rate, for our WAN, which is our connection to the school sites via a provider. And then also the connection from once everybody makes it here to the internet. So that's what the IA is for, the internet access. The E-rates program where you have the opportunity to get between 20 and 90% cost reduction. That cost reduction is based on local demographic information, and we're lucky in that we get to support our students with an 80% discount.
Oh.
So we pay for 20% of the services that we receive through this program. We are coming out with a proposal, and this is for year 23-24. So we're just asking for bids. We don't have to go through with them. We should, but we don't have to.
Okay, so you're asking for, is this an approval,
For a
recommendation?
motion to approve.
Motion to approve. Okay, any questions? Okay, did you bring this one like, yeah, okay, this is a
Yeah,
routine
because
one.
they generally try to get this funded for quite several years, right?
Yeah, this is for, we're gonna be going for 3 years.
Okay,
And that's one of the things is that every time I come for E-rate, it's something different. So
Yeah.
you're kind of like, this is familiar, but
Yes.
not
Yeah.
really.
yeah.
Yeah, and that's, last year we went out for access points to upgrade all our lower ones.
Right.
The year before that
Yeah.
would have been for all of Rancho Santana's equipment. But yeah,
Thank you for clarifying, okay. Do we have, if no question, do we have a motion to approve?
I make a motion that we approve proposal number 2023 HSD WAN. Multi-year contract for E-rate, eligibility wide area network, and internet access services.
I'll second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you, and then you have
Yes.
the next one?
yeah, 15B, it's very similar with everything about E-rate and the 80%. This one is for category 2, so it's for network connections, which is more of the physical equipment, whether it's the access points or firewall, switches, and every time I come up for this one, it's something different as well. Sometimes it'll be switches, sometimes it'll be actual cable installs, or new drops in the classrooms. But this time we're just looking to renew licensing. We feel that our equipment is up to par.
Okay. And same, you're gonna go out for bid, or is that
Same, yes,
Okay.
yes, for year 23-24.
okay?
I'll make a motion that we approve action of 2023-2024 E-rate C2 network equipment.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, consideration and action on review and approval of the monthly financial report. Yeah, everybody comes up.
Good evening, board members, superintendent. My cold is gone and I'm grateful.
Yay.
So this evening, we have the financial report through the month of October. And it runs in the same format that it has before. So, I'll save the time of going through everything and I'll just ask if you have any questions.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
I think for me, the biggest thing, you know, in looking in both, restricted, unrestricted is we're deficit spending, correct?
That is correct. It's a bad thing in one place and not a bad thing in another. Categorical funds have carryover money. We want to spend that money. When that money is in the fund balance, the only way to spend that money is to deficit spend. So in the categoricals, that's not necessarily a bad thing. And the larger things that'll be in there are some of our ESSER funds and our one-time funds. In the unrestricted,
Unrestricted.
Oh,
Yes, so this is unrestricted, so that's our play money.
yeah. Our unrestricted though,
that's our rent money.
that we're deficit spending.
And we're deficit spending in October. Now, keep in mind, this is done in the middle of our preparing for first interim, so we are in transition. You'll get the first interim at our next board meeting. The interim ended on October 31st and it's required to be presented to you by the 15th of December. So at that time, we will have brought everything up for the interim. We're nearly done with position control, a lot of work on that. My staff has been diligent on looking through everything, nailing down categorical balances and carryovers and taking care of any negatives from the beginning of the year, overspending from the beginning of the year. And that's not a bad thing either. We don't put a hard stop on our requisitioning in the very beginning of the year because we're waiting for the budget balances to roll over. Until those budget balances are rolled over, we have to leave it open. So once we get that done, the county approves it, they roll over our balances for us, then we go ahead and we do the hard stop, and then there's some cleanup that needs to be done. Our sites are not overspending, I don't want you to think that. It's just, rather than in that bucket, it should be in that bucket, you know, because of the way the budget was adopted. So it's very normal to do that.
And we have already transferred the 15,523,000.
15,523,000. No, that's a budget. You're on the unrestricted general fund?
Well, because it comes out of the unrestricted into restricted,
Right, it's
correct?
budgeted to do that. Those are contributions to restricted programs.
Right, which is special ed and maintenance of
You need to
Well,
come
I've
to
been
work
doing
for
this a
me.
while.
Excellent. This is a budget. You don't see anything in the income/expenditures column, so it hasn't actually been transferred at the time of this report. It will be by first interim, so you'll see that money move.
But, so if I'm looking at the monies correctly, our revenues versus our expenditures, and then.
And which one are you on? You on unrestricted?
So I'm on the restricted, because
Okay.
I was also looking at our percentages of use, you know, which seemed on the restricted side, under books and supplies, we have already spent 99.26%.
Would any other board member like to answer that question? Because we talked about that a lot at the last board meeting.
I wasn't here.
I know you weren't, and I'm so sorry that you weren't. Okay, so let's talk about that. You're looking at the categorical side.
Yeah.
Right now, you're looking at salaries and benefits being spent on an average at about 25%. A couple of categories are higher and a couple of categories are lower.
Right.
We are about 1/3 through the year, not
Right.
quite 1/3 through the year, so that's not bad.
Yeah.
But when we get supplies, we don't, okay, here's 1 month's worth of supplies, here's the next month's worth of supplies, here's the next month's worth of supplies. We need instructional materials before the students show up.
Right.
So we will have spent a disproportionate amount of supplies earlier on in the year so that we make sure that we have textbooks that are needed, workbooks that are needed, anything else that's needed. So if it was paid for out of categorical funds, then, which would be our lottery instructional materials funding that comes from the state, we will have spent that very early on in the year. So 99% is not alarming, it's almost expected.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
I did remember that.
I know you did, that's why I was gonna give you the opportunity.
I did, but I wasn't sure.
I
We
you
just
know,
didn't want you to show off.
It's like in class.
But even your
I know, right?
you know, your presentation for first interim,
Uh-huh.
I mean, I like it so like broken down in a pot, you know, in a teaching method, like school finances for dummies. so that we kind of all know.
School finances for those that are not financial managers.
Well, I mean, and those
We
who
have no
are,
dummies, we have people who just haven't learned yet.
you know, but it's extremely challenging.
Yeah, that's right.
But I mean, it's just even your explanation is so beautiful because it's understandable.
Well, thank you, I
You know,
appreciate that.
and I think putting that, even that verbiage, for us to understand how things move and flow and why this happens here and that, and what to expect, you know, forecasting even that. I think it's so important because with a budget this large, the more people can understand it in layman's terms, the better.
Absolutely. And the more you understand, the better your governance will be.
Yes.
So that is part of my job, is to make sure that you understand and I answer your questions.
And also it shows that we're not hiding any money either. That's
Nothing to
what-
hide, it's
yeah,
there.
it's not
But this has been super helpful, I think, for me personally, because again, from what we came from, and we want to make sure position control, I want to sustain what we have. I don't want to do what we did ever again. So,
Neither do I.
you know, so that is your job to make sure, can we buy this? No. Can we do this? No. And I'm okay with that.
Okay.
I am so
I think I'd
okay
be
with
more-
that.
I would be more okay with that one, and then if it was just yes, yes, yes every time, because it's simply not feasible.
Right.
I said no, the superintendent can tell you that.
Yeah.
Right, and again,
says no.
that is the reality. I mean, in your position, you know, it's everything financially is basically, everything that we do is costs money.
Well, if you say no, I might question why.
You may question why, you should
But
question
when
why.
she's educating us every month as to where
Right.
we are and, you know, what the big gains and losses are and why and everything else, just makes it so much easier for everyone to really be on the same page financially.
Any other questions on this one?
Thank you.
Okay,
No,
so
thank
next,
you.
oh,
I
I'm sorry.
just want you to find more money.
I'm looking.
I want more votes.
Sorry. Next month, you won't see this.
Oh.
Right.
Next month, you will see the first interim. There's no
Right.
sense in giving you in November and then
No.
giving you something that really was essentially at the month end of October, once it's all been
Right.
finished.
No,
Right.
yeah.
Yes.
And so you'll see this again in January,
Yeah,
Thank
right.
okay?
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, thank you
Thank
very
you.
much.
Awesome.
Next, we have discussion and approval of board policy and administrator regulation updates.
Okay, so item 15D is similar to the same process that we took last month to review and look at different board policies and administrative regulations. The items that are included are various, and the front cover sheet includes a summary of the items that we will consider tonight for approval. We have charter school authorizations, charter school oversight, charter school renewals, district and school websites, which, by the way, our director of IT is working with a new company, and that will be up and going. He's not only busy with the Google moderator stuff with Colleen, but also all of the RFP stuff and the website stuff. Awesome.
Superintendent
Yes.
Sanchez, I do have some
Yes.
tape flags. that-
Okay, so let's talk about those tape flags. All of the remaining board policies, I just want to publicly mention, have to do with complaints.
Have
Yes.
to do with what?
Complaints. So these are all legal
Right.
requirements for the district.
Right.
So do we go by page number? Should we do
If
it
you
that
would like
way?
to go by page number, if you have any questions, or if you would like to ask me what something means, these are all templates, again, that are adopted from CSBA and that are guided by legal counsel.
I think my, page 188,
188,
it's
which,
on the charter school.
okay,
And it is, number 7, bullet, 2. Where I guess I just really didn't understand, it says whether the proposed charter school would duplicate a program currently offered within the district when the existing program has sufficient capacity for the students proposed to be served within the reasonable proximity to where the charter school intends to locate. And the district is not positioned to absorb the physical impact of the proposed charter school. The district meets the criterion if it has a negative interim certification or has qualified interim certification, and the county superintendent certifies that the approving the charter school would result in the district having a negative interim certification. What I was thinking is that when we are gone through this, our budgetary crises, and the charter school has increased their enrollment, and we have had decrease in enrollment, that caused us to have financial impact in a negatory way. And this stipulation here says we should not have gone through that. I just want to bring this up.
So, thank you for that point. Page 187, the page before that, talks about why and how, what are the reasons why a petition to the board to approve a charter could be denied.
Right.
So it's been approved for,
I know.
you know, 10 years.
Right.
Yeah.
So at that time of approval, if we were in the financial situation that warranted a negative certification, that potentially could have been, at that time, reason to deny the charter. At this time, we are within the charter agreement, so this does not apply.
Yeah.
But we had just, I think that when the board renews the charter,
Which is next.
and I don't know when that happens, we need to look at what we're doing financially before we make an approval.
If we have a negative certification, that's the
Yes.
key. We
Yes,
have
of
not
course.
had a negative certification within our budget. We've had qualified.
Qualified.
But it does refer to qualified as well, but this is when this is the status of our budget when we're in the process of approving. Right now, we're qualified, so we would have to be in one of these
I just want the board to be
states.
aware of this language.
No,
That's
I
why.
know, it's being added, it wasn't there before, so
So just
that's actually a benefit.
So to be clear, the underline means new language?
Yes.
The underline means new.
Yeah,
And so I just wanted the board
Yeah.
members to be aware of this.
Yeah.
That's why I highlighted it,
Mhm.
because it is something that is new. Then to, page 193,
193.
and this is added language as well. It is B at the very top of the page, the first one. It says the charter school shall develop a school safety plan which includes the topics listed in EDCO. And it should be reviewed and updated. Who supervises it?
So the district is
Is
supposed
it the
to.
district or the county?
The district, because it is a district charter school, it's authorized by the district. The charter school submits various reports to the district at different intervals throughout the year. Years and years ago, we as department heads met with our parallels, our counterparts at the charter school to review such documents. We've kind of gone away from that process in the last few years. We are looking to move towards that process as far as meeting with our parallels at the charter school and making sure that the oversight on the district's part is there.
Okay, so this is something that we have to go back then to.
This is something that we need to
Since
work
it's
towards.
new, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
can I ask a question since we're
Yeah.
on this particular board policy? This charter school authorization, is this for a new charter school or also when we reauthorize an existing charter school? Because they talk about a petition for the establishment of a startup.
So this is for a new charter school.
So what Jan's talking about wouldn't be applicable to what we have already. It would be to any additional new petition for another charter school.
If we would have a new charter.
Yeah, right, exactly.
Yeah, but I think it would just be good business to make sure they have a safety plan, because if something did happen and we didn't do this, we would probably be held liable.
So the oversight piece that you're speaking of starts on page 196. On
Okay.
charter school oversight. That is what we as a district are responsible for.
And that was my flag.
Okay.
On the third paragraph, that starts, the superintendent or designee shall visit each charter school at least annual. There's 2 designees, so we need to take out one of them.
Okay, thank you for that.
Okay, that's all I have.
Can we go back to the page 193 real quick, just, we're on at the charter school. 193, 7.9, or 9, it's crossed out 7. It says the admissions policy, so this one, just to clarify, is what Lisa said, this is if it was a new charter school, this isn't necessarily language that our current charter school has to follow. It's a question.
No, because some of this language we don't have in current board policy.
Okay.
So if the board considers it tonight for adoption, we would forward this to the charter school to let them know the board adopted in the month of November this board policy. This is what we'll be operating under moving forward at the end of their agreement, because their agreement was approved a while back ago.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Only because this was interesting about the procedures for determining enrollment when the number of applicants exceed the school's capacity, which I think would be relevant. But
When I was reading that, I was thinking the same thing. Where am I here? Okay, I did that one. Sorry.
The charter school renewal, just for clarification from the board, begins on page 202. Those are the rules that apply to the renewal.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm gonna take us now to page 214.
All right.
And this is not about the charter school, and this is about the website. And it's under website content. And it has, it's between 214 and 215, because we have contradictory language here, in my opinion. After it's crossed out all of the California codes here, and it says, the second paragraph, it says, with approval of the principal, individual teachers may create web pages linked to a district or school website to provide information pertaining to class assignments, expectations, and activities. And then in the next paragraph, it talks about student work may be published on district or school websites, provided that both of the student and his or her parent guardian provide written permission, or the work is part of an existing publication such as a school newspaper. And I put, where's the form? You know, we can't, just like our contracts, we have to have a form put in here so that there's a form for them to fill out. But under roles and responsibilities on page 215, it says any employee assigned as a district or school webmaster. Well, if we have a webmaster, why are we having people with the approval of a principal doing stuff on the website on
No,
page
their own
214?
page. They can create their
Well,
own
okay, so this is
Google
my,
Classroom.
well, hold on, this is my question. How do we have a standardized website if we're allowing students to change things and parents, not parents, but individual teachers and students changing things on the website?
Not student.
Let me, yeah, it says students.
No, it's student work, but that doesn't
Well,
mean the
let me
student.
finish my point. What I'm trying to say is, I thought we were trying to get to this idea of a school webmaster, and then things would go to that webmaster and allow them to make the changes so that we have uniformity in what it looks like. Because if we allow schools to start putting things in, the websites are not gonna look the same.
They don't. Currently, they don't.
Correct. And if we will, once this bid goes out and we find someone that is gonna make this website, we are gonna lose control again if we keep the language on page 214 instead of just adhering to the language of 215. I'm concerned that when we allow the individual sites to start getting in there, we're gonna lose control of the site. And that the whole idea of purchasing the website for continuity through the school sites is gonna get lost.
On that same paragraph, where it talks about the roles and responsibility of the school webmaster, a little farther down, it says he or she shall review district, and there's two shalls, shall review district and school websites to ensure consistency with district standards, regularly check limits or links for accuracy and appropriateness, and then keep the web server free of outdated or unused files.
Right.
Now, the way I'm interpreting these same things that you read is that with the approval of principal, teachers can create these web pages, but then that would be supervised, overarching by
Well, see,
the webmaster.
I think that the first language on 214 needs to be deleted. And we should put in here on 215, if teachers want to create something, it goes to the webmaster and allow him to put it in. So that we have the continuity that we want.
I think it's two different things. I think that what we had talked about before, and I think this language speaks to it, is having the general continuity, right? Like front page, goals, mission, vision, you know, what we want as a district. But I think we also talked about being able to have each school be unique and have their own flavor. And that's where I think the principals, teacher piece comes in of like, you know, and it could be where the webmaster, I mean, I'm not tech person, but I do, you know, look at different websites. And I think that, you know, having the front page be the general overview of what we want as a district, and then having links to, right, like, you know, kindergarten, first, whatever, right? And still having that oversight of the webmaster, like, you know, the principal and the teachers being like, okay, we're gonna do this and show, you know, the science fair or whatever, that still be.
Well,
I think that's what the
let the school site send their material to the webmaster. Their flair, their culture will be put in by the webmaster, but not at the school site. And the reason I'm asking for that is that everybody knows things can get hacked and go in, and, you know, I think if we keep it very, who can go in and get in as limited as possible, that we will maintain some security. And I think that's the biggest thing we have to worry about is security. And so that we don't get people going in there, and if we limit the amount of people that can change things in the website, it's only going to benefit us. And so our school culture and flair, we're not trying to inhibit. They send it to the webmaster, goes in, they can put in whatever they want. But we are going to limit the amount of people that can go in for security reasons.
I think there's more comments, but I also have one, so we keep going.
Have we ever had a problem with security?
As far as hacking into our system, no.
No.
But it is happening like
Everywhere.
more and more because they're getting more and more sophisticated, which I'm sure our IT director knows about. But that's not what my point was gonna be. This community relations one, I just went higher. And what we're discussing right now is literally just removing all the CFs and not any other amendments. I think we should approve it as it is right now for the amendments that have been provided today, but I maybe put it as a future agenda item to reconsider altogether what really makes sense moving forward based on what our plans are for the future. Because a lot of this seems to me like it could have changed or will change. And, so that for tonight, we're just approving removing the CFs, but come back to it, AR 1113, to discuss what else needs to be added, subtracted, changed, with input from our IT
That's a great idea.
department.
That's
And
great.
once we get someone to do the.
Yeah, because
Right.
a big part of the conversation will be depending on the vendor and the accessibility, right? And if we have staff that
Right.
will be able to do it too, because that's an
key.
additional responsibility
Right.
that isn't designated to anyone right now.
Right.
So these are all pending conversations, pending on whoever we contract, right? And move forward with what's accessible, what isn't, and what's a risk and what isn't, et cetera.
Right, because I didn't know we were paying for a webmaster.
And
No, but
You're
I
looking
mean,
at
the
it.
language is very, yes,
Okay.
yeah.
But
But
I think it's important to realize like classroom sites is kind of an antiquated way of looking at
Right.
it.
Right.
We have Parent Square and we have Google Classroom.
And you have Google
Right.
Classroom,
Parents
which
get
is,
invited to the Google Classroom, act as guardians, so it's kind of like an old way of thinking. About
that's
it.
why I think we need to rewrite.
Yeah,
Good point.
yes,
Sounds good to
I think
me.
you're all on the right page.
Okay, sweet.
Okay, okay, page 216, community relations. And, this is new language, and it is, after the last one has been blocked out, and it starts with new language, when a concern regarding an employee is presented during a board meeting. Okay. There's only been one superintendent that I had, in this one instance, I had great admiration towards. And, in this one instance, and that was Superintendent Crates. And when anybody from the public came up and started to attack either a staff member or a board member, he stopped it immediately and said, "You do not do this in public." And I firmly believe in this. And this language does not allow that to happen. And I don't know how we allow it to happen, but I don't think it should be allowed. And I don't know how to make that happen.
the thing is, anything that has been litigated or gone through the courts, CSBA gives us these recommendations because of everything that has happened recently. And public's right to, free speech, et cetera. We can acknowledge certain things about certain folks that we would not encourage, but we can't block them from, it's, stating what they want.
That's not what I'm reading here. I mean, is that?
Well, what Superintendent Crates would say, there are appropriate ways of handling the complaint and
That's
stop
true.
the person.
I think that's what it's saying when it says the complainant shall be informed of the appropriate complaint procedure.
Yes, so he would stop
He'd
in
stop.
mid-sentence. He would stop that person and say, "We have proper procedures." And that doesn't say that explicitly.
Well, we do have language at the front of every agenda that reminds speakers that their speech may be open to civil liability, defamation, etc., if it involves complaints against staff.
And we actually would read that
We
quite
should-
often,
yes.
I remember.
We need to read it,
as
yeah,
the
my
clerk.
bad.
I just don't want anybody called out. I don't care if it's a parent, I don't want another parent attacking another parent or a staff member or a teacher. I don't want
No,
anybody.
it's a good point, and maybe we should go back to reading that
Absolutely.
piece at the beginning. I think it's a good reminder.
Okay,
Yes.
but,
But I don't know that that's what it says in here.
I think you're right, Carla, though. It does say The complainant shall be informed of the appropriate complaint procedures.
But we need to stop them in the middle of the.
And we can revert to reading that section of public comment.
Of the
You
agenda.
know, that
Yeah.
they have the right, but this is the process to do that.
Right. I think you're right. It's not good to shame people.
No, I just,
Due process.
during a board meeting, should we put the superintendent or should we put the president of the board stops? No, we can't do that?
I think it's implicit in that phrase of the complainant shall be informed of the appropriate complaints procedure. We have to be prepared, and it would probably be the clerk, since the clerk is the one handling public comment, to say, based on what we read at the beginning of public comment, here's how here's how you can make a formal complaint. Right?
Okay. All right, as long as we're all on the same page, I just don't want that to happen in a meeting.
Page 217.
Oh, you have one on 217?
The last sentence needs a T for the.
Oh,
Last
yeah.
sentence on 217
yeah.
needs a T for the.
Okay.
Complaint.
I know I'm being like super editorial, sorry.
Thank you.
Page 221, and this was, I think, answered in closed session. I'll just bring it up. Number 2, it says the principal or other immediate supervisor of the employee shall investigate and attempt to resolve the complaint to the satisfaction of the parties involved within 30 days. And I guess it's just gonna be what it is. Okay.
A complaint could be classified differently than an investigation.
Right. And are we talking formal complaint?
This is all formal complaint.
Yeah.
This is all formal complaint
Yeah.
in
It's
written,
it says a written.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
see, there's
Of
a
a
form,
staff.
generally.
Right.
There's that.
I think what we learned is it can be any time frame, whatever it takes. Page 225. This is about instructional materials. And this is old language. And when I read it, there is nothing about videos.
So maybe we have to revisit this one as well in the future. Because for right now, they're just adding that hyphen and removing the CF.
CF.
Non-printed material, maybe that's what they're.
Yeah, there's that, and then remove the CF on page 2 of it. So
There
maybe we
is-
just say we'll revisit.
So when you
this
talk
one.
about videos, and what are you?
Okay, well, for example,
Thinking of?
what I'm talking about, there are teachers that have been known before a holiday to show videos. And there have been teachers that have been known to show inappropriate videos that maybe should not have been shown.
The complaint.
I don't know when that has happened in my 28 years, but it has been known. There are documentaries now that are PG-13, which I don't know why. They shouldn't be marked that, but they are. But there's nothing on videos, and I don't know if we want to leave ourselves out with nothing on videos.
Well, I think that if a teacher or staff member is showing a video in class, they are considering it an instructional material because it is happening during the instructional day. Therefore, the language for the administrative regulation applies because it says, if a staff member, district resident, parent, or guardian of a student enrolled in a district school has a complaint regarding the content or use of any specific instructional material. An instructional material is what is used during instruction during the school day.
Right.
So that would cover it.
Yeah. Okay, so we're good? I just want to make sure we're okay.
Yep.
Okay. And then on page 235, we need to change says Hollister School District, and it says attention Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. We have to change the title there.
We will take out of human resources.
Okay. And then on page 241, number 2, it talks about teachers. Number 2, it talks about fees, and we need to reiterate with our teachers that we cannot charge anybody for anything for school. And we still see people that, you know, have like class lists of things. We need to make sure we can charge kids for anything.
So a class list I would consider as voluntary, and you know,
But we
parents
need
can
to
opt
say
in.
that.
Right. And I think that you just did.
So we just need to make sure it's real clear to everybody that we cannot charge kids. Or penalize them.
Sure.
Right, we need to provide it for the children.
Of course.
And that's all I have.
All right. Anybody else?
I have a question about a student fee now that it got brought up. Like, what about the damaged Chromebooks?
So that is a different board policy.
Okay.
And there's board policy that applies to, for example, damaged textbooks, which is an instructional material. And now in the present, and a Chromebook is an instructional material.
Okay, perfect. That's what I needed to know. Thank you.
Yeah.
What about library books?
Same
Oh,
thing.
yeah,
right?
same thing.
It applies.
Okay.
But see, we can't charge, like, you come to me and you say, you know, my parents lost their internet coverage. I say, oh, that's okay. I'll get you a hotspot. And so I give you the hotspot, and then you come to me a week later and say, you know what, I dropped it in a puddle, and it's broken, and I don't have it anymore. And I need another one. I say, well, you know what, you gotta pay for that. So that's how it works.
How about the PE clothing, or is that?
PE clothing?
Yes.
Oh, that's a good question.
So PE clothing, we have the option, I believe, at least I've seen it at one middle school. When students do dress out, they can buy, you know, the school clothes, like other schools in our county, or they can choose to wear, you know, a plain colored, and it's a specific color depending on the school.
And we also have loaners.
We do have loaners,
Yeah.
quite a few of them.
And we just hand them to them, and then those are the ones, but we have them to give to the kids that can't afford it. Just like for the promotion gowns, we have promotion gowns for the
That are
children.
borrowed and.
Do we have any other questions or a motion to approve all these board policy and administrative regulations?
I move that we approve the board policy and administrative regulation updates that we reviewed this evening.
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Item 15E, consideration and action of Hollister School District Successor Collective Bargaining Agreement Sunshine Proposal for Classified School Employees Association, CSEA, Chapter 625.
Okay, that is a long title. Let's talk about that a little bit. So publicly, we are disclosing to the public tonight that we are interested and ready to move forward with negotiations with CSEA's, our Classified Employee Association. CSEA has already their Sunshine. Successor Collective Bargaining Agreement, what is that? That means that our contract is open. It's in its last year, and we are looking to open, as a district particularly, all articles which appear in the attachment 1 through 22 for potential negotiations. The details of the negotiations will be worked out through the negotiations process in negotiation session with the various teams that are present, and it is a process that we look forward to, and that we look forward to meeting with our partners and with CSEA and working through the negotiation details for this school year.
Questions, comments?
Since the contract is open, you're basically listing every article.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, do we have a motion to approve?
I'll make a motion that we accept the Sunshine proposal for the successor agreement to the CSCA contract, chapter 625.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right. Next, we have 15F, consideration and action of Hollister School District Successor Agreement Sunshine Proposal to Hollister Elementary School Teachers Association, HESTA.
Okay, so this is very similar, but this is with our certificated bargaining group, and we are publicly disclosing tonight that we are ready to go to move forward with negotiations. The district is looking at negotiating with HESTA for the period of July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2023. So our contract with HESTA ends June 30th, 2023, as it did with CSEA. As we can see, all of the articles are open, and so that's in the at the end of the year. It ends at the end of the year.
But it has not expired.
It has not expired. Oh, excuse me. Well, excuse me. Let me backtrack. It expires June 2022.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you for that.
So this needs to be changed?
We can make the amendment right now, or leave it as is, and it would just include that additional year.
Okay.
So it would be up to the board's
I would
decision.
like to make the correction on the dates to reflect what it actually is. So is it July 1, 2020 through June 30th, 2022?
If we would like to move forward, it depends on how the extent of negotiations, how long we would want as a team, through the guidance of the board to go forward. Our contract ends June 20, 2022. So in theory, it should be at least 1 year, if not longer, depending on what the board would like to negotiate. That's why I believe it's 2023 there, because at least it encompasses 1 year. Through the process of negotiations, we may find that we would like to negotiate for more than that. It's not an automatic 3 years.
Correct. But generally, it's a standard 3-year contract.
It has been a standard 3-year contract. However, that is the term of the contract is a negotiated item, which is Article 20, the duration of the contract. The other, just to compare the two, the other Sunshine included the dates that were reflected in the Sunshine from CSEA. So they're indicating that they're interested in a 3-year contract.
Successor contract.
Yes.
Okay. And are we just trying to match what we got Sunshine from HESTA?
So we are looking at the fact that HESTA Sunshined, I believe, at the May 24th, 25th board meeting, which, is about 6 days or so from the end of the school year last year. We, as a district, did not sunshine for that particular year.
Right.
With this language, we are looking at sunshining for the year that includes 2020, 2021. We did not sunshine.
That's what you put 2020. So it's correct.
Because I know with the language in the contracts, reopeners are specified when you're in contract, what you can actually sunshine on.
Sure.
So you're limited to you know, if you were still within your contract,
Yeah.
you know, it only allows for 2 articles, let's say,
Plus.
and
Mm-hmm.
salary, you know, and benefits. And so I just want to make sure that we're sticking with the language that's in place now, if we're still within contract.
So, yes, so for last year, we're looking at, which are the standard, right? Benefits and, salary compensation, excuse
And
me.
2 articles.
Plus 2 articles. Those 2 articles are not necessarily specified here, but HESTA did, sunshine, I believe, class size and hours and workload for last year.
Okay.
We did not sunshine. So for this particular sunshine, which HESTA already sunshined in September, I believe, the contract will be up at the end of this school year. So
But it is not currently.
It is not currently, just the way it is not currently for CSEA. We are looking at opening up potentially all articles.
But I thought CSE had expired June. Didn't there say it expired this?
June
22.
30, 2022.
So there it expired.
So theirs will be in effective July 1, 2022. I believe they're on the same cycle, but I can double check. I don't remember. Let me see. If we want to do the public comment while I get that.
Hi, Brown. Thank you. Good evening, board and superintendent. We actually looked at this when we saw the agenda, and then there's a couple issues. So our contract on the front, it says July 1, 2020 to June 30th, 2023. But inside, the date on the front is wrong. So our contract is the same. It says the duration, under Article 20 duration, for the 2019-2020, 2020-21, and 21-22 school years. So that contract actually went from 2019 and expired this past June of 22.
Thank you for clarifying.
So you have to look at the actual contract. This date is not correct.
Okay.
So that's one confusion, okay? The other confusion is, I believe that I made a mistake when I sunshine and put the wrong dates in. I put in the dates for the old contract instead of the new moving forward. So there was a lot of confusion, and I didn't really look at it till today before the meeting. It was too late to call Erica and try to work it out. So it really should be, this year's sunshine should be for the 3-year contract, the entire contract.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. We wanted to, when I gave my statement, when I presented the sunshine, we wanted to have the negotiations go back to last year, which was not negotiated at all. So it's like that 1 year and then our 3-year. And we'll talk about how we can blend that and not have to do 2 different teams and stuff like that. So I don't know.
We may need to amend.
We can
the
make
sunshine.
amend ours.
Okay.
Because we're,
They
And then
need to amend
I need to
theirs.
find out if they need to amend ours. But
Yes, because the dates should be reflective of what you're looking for.
right.
Yeah, go ahead, trustee Chris.
Is it possible that, I'm thinking it here, and I guess it's not, but I was thinking, is it just a way to, just do the 3-year and negate that 1 year, because you're gonna be doing it?
Well, that might be
I
something
need to be
that we would discuss.
negotiating.
We would discuss that
Yeah.
maybe in negotiations.
That's what I'm saying.
I
In negotiation.
right, I would say
Okay.
that we would not want to comment on anything that
Yes, I
potentially
know. I
could be
just realized
negotiating
it.
away from the table.
Sorry,
So
sorry, nobody heard that.
For strike that recorder.
Strike
We don't
that.
have a recorder, but
Strike that.
for next
Sorry.
steps, because your sunshine needs to be amended and our dates, then procedurally,
So we can approve the sunshine with an amendment to the dates, and then we will record it and we can send it to HESTA.
So we don't have to bring it back?
So their sunshine, because we do not represent HESTA,
They
they would bring
present
it
it,
back
okay.
if they want an amendment in December, which
Okay.
is, just a couple of weeks away because it's an early board meeting.
Okay.
But I would suggest that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well,
Thank
you all
you
do
for the
what you gotta do. We
clarification.
can't suggest, we can't.
Okay, yeah, sorry.
Mhm.
Okay, well,
So the
yes.
suggested amendment changes the date to June 30th, 2023?
So it changes the date, if I'm hearing correctly, to include last year
Yes.
plus the next 3 years.
Correct.
Last year, we will for last year, it's health and welfare and compensation
Right.
plus 2.
Right.
We can open up 2 if it, at a future date, if they're not the 2 that we're, thinking of. And then for the next 3 years, all of the articles are open.
But for this, just to be clear, for this sunshine, it is for the 3-year contract.
It's for the 3-year.
Yeah, and then we will need to sunshine then correctly could it all be concluded?
It could
in this
all
one?
be concluded.
Okay.
Because it's all up right now.
Okay, so
Yeah, it's
then,
an open contract,
Mhm.
basically, is what I wanted to understand. Because I understand CSE is open, you have the full spectrum of the contract that's open
cool.
to talk
That's
about,
what you
and
said.
then the recommendation would look to, put in a 3-year contract.
I'm glad you asked that. So
Mhm.
this, clarifying, this is for last year, 2019 to 20.
Okay, so
21, 22,
21, 22.
and then
21, 22. The successor is for 20,
For the 3
yes.
years.
Jan
so
say
you-
no.
Wait, we're working on a contract that's 2019 to 2022, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And so the next contract will be 20,
22, 23 to
Yes.
25
Yes.
to 24, 25.
Correct. 'Cause it's 3 years.
Right.
Conceptually, right? So
July
single
1st
years,
of 22
yes,
to June 30th of
Correct.
25.
correct,
Mm-hmm.
correct.
We're all on the same
Yes.
page now? Yes, we're good.
I don't know, I'm slow, but I'm seeing it.
think our
We'll get
I'm
it.
seeing it.
I got it.
I'm
Yes, we
sorry
got
I
it.
made that this.
No, that's the same. Do we have any more questions or comments?
No, I just wanted that.
Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification.
Mhm.
Mhm.
So
Team effort, see?
I will move to approve the consideration and
Amended.
action of the Hollister School District Successor Agreement Sunshine Proposal as amended to the Hollister Elementary School Teachers Association.
Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, we're good. And next is Superintendent Report, November 2022.
Okay.
I know.
Yes. So, last item, and we will go through it fairly quickly. Erin, Director Bazetta, will be helping me out again in regards to the facilities piece. So I appreciate him, and I'll talk slow so he can get to his post there. As we look at some of the factors within the school district, it's important to report out what our current enrollment is. Current enrollment as of the time of publication, which was last Thursday, was 5,671 students. At the end of last year, we ended at 5,715. So I'm comparing almost apples to oranges. If you think about it, we're in November. I'm comparing November's current data to last June. Okay, so it's important to know that throughout the year, there's several reporting cycles that capture ADA. For example, CalPAD's date, CBED's date, P1, P2, budget adoption, first interim. So although this number is in red and it might seem alarming, there's several different factors that can come in play that will weigh out the different aspects of what we're looking at. I want to be clear because I don't want to be misleading, but it is a comparison of the end of last year to currently.
How much do we get per student?
Per student, let me see, not enough. I don't remember off the top of my
Is
head.
it like 11,000? How much do we get per student?
It depends on the type of student.
Regular student, regular ed.
Non-UPP.
Are they unduplicated or are they not unduplicated? What grade
Just
level
regular
are they?
ed.
There's a
Like 11,000? I mean,
It depends on the grade span as well.
It depends on the grade span as well. So on
Ballpark.
average, that's a fine number.
11,000, okay.
All right. So then our current ADA as of last Thursday was 92.6 on that particular day. So what this picture here shows is the ADA for all of the month of October for students by date. So as we can see, our Mondays and Fridays for our students are generally the lowest in attendance. And that is common in our district. We deal with in our community. We deal with the little ones. You know, sometimes this is their first exposure to a public setting. Sometimes, you know, students have to stay home to take care of the younger ones, and so on. So Mondays and Fridays, we have room for improvement, but this will give you an idea of what our ADA was in the month of October, which was a very long month with no days off, which impacts our students as well and our staff. And that's what our ADA was per date.
I suspect other districts.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's a trend across California.
Oh, it's big, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'd say it's across the nation.
Okay, across the nation. So our next slide is facilities, and I will have Erin help me with this. We are continuing the daily conversations with facilities. We are looking at several different aspects, and I think that Erin has great information to share. So he's going to pass something around, again, as a show and tell. And if we can get Erin.
Good evening, everybody.
Started, there you go.
So with the intention of saving time, right, I appreciate Superintendent Sanchez for letting me jump in on her superintendent's report. So thank you and good evening, everyone. I'll make this quick, so I'll go back to where we started. We did a facilities needs analysis, and in that analysis, we determined that in the district, there are older, and oldest classrooms at several of our sites. Wow. In the construction business, it's important, whether it be private or public, to go and get a visual of, you know, what the potential could be. And this is going to be the Cube construction. I had the privilege of being able to be invited down to Santa Ana, and I went and looked at this particular school. It was Buena Park School, and it was a comprehensive middle school, and it was pretty cool to be able to go into this facility and see what it actually was. There's a lot more to this than what meets the eye here, but this is a little teaser, so again, for the sake of time.
Is that classrooms or is it a?
That's a smaller version of an MPR with there's a boys and a girls locker room, restrooms and showers in this building.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm gonna give you some information here. I'm gonna share with you.
Don't say you're gonna buy it.
No, I'm gonna give you some information. So let me tell you what this cube is. Cube is C-U-U-B-E. It's not an acronym, it's just a building. It's a cube structure. It's 4 walls and a roof. It's a steel frame structure designed to be a complete building envelope that is energy efficient, maintenance friendly, and customized to fit the user's requirements. That's what the cube building is. There are series to these buildings. So I think this was a 60 series. They have like a 30, a 32, a 36, a 60, and a 100. 100 being like a huge gymnasium, MPR, true, with bleachers, everything, stage, all that stuff. So you can get an idea. A 30 series is a regular size classroom, which is what we have in the district currently. The cube is designed to be a permanent installed structure okay? Quickly pre-sourced and pre-verified components, so everything is pre-sourced, pre-verified on a specific site and then shipped to the site. So that means speed, right? When we're talking this day and age of procurement and deliverables of materials, right? Which is a big deal now. We're talking about 4 months here with a structure like this. Yeah, from start to finish, 4 months.
How do we get through all the ADA red tape from the
DSA?
state, or the DSA, sorry?
Department of
Yes.
State Architect, so these are all pre-approved structures.
Earthquake?
All seismic approved, all that kind of stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
It was actually pretty cool. I went to their facility and I was able to see how they actually, you see the steel frame, the upper left picture there, and then you see the upper left picture and the upper right picture. So they actually tested, and up to a 7.4 magnitude earthquake was when it actually fissured and cracked.
Wow.
And it didn't break down and like explode or expand. So it can withstand a pretty big earthquake. Right? Go ahead.
Aaron?
Yes.
So when you would have something like this, like if you wanted 3 classrooms, would it be 1 building separated or 3 of the?
So there's several options. Yeah, there's several options. They call them packs. They call them a 1-pack, a 3-pack, a 5-pack, or a 6-pack, right? So you can get different packs, different versions. So you can you can basically choose what you want. You know, I want 1 classroom here. I want 3 classrooms here. I want 5, 6 classrooms here, right? So go ahead.
How does this compare price-wise with portables?
We're getting there. We're getting there. This is just the beginning. This is an impressive structure. This is probably the Cadillac of the structures, right? So, you know, we haven't determined price yet, but it's all about the size and what we're going to actually put in these structures. So
Maintenance too, like what that would, long-term, what that would look like.
yeah,
You
so
said that's permanent.
it's
No, maintenance-wise, you know, something that our folks can still be able to manage and maintain.
It's maintenance friendly. I mean, it's a steel frame structure. It's got insulated walls. They're prefab insulated walls. It's you know, I mean, it's very, very maintenance friendly in terms of breakdown of materials. You're not going to have any wood rotting. You're not going to have any dry rotting. You're not going to have anything. I mean, it's
Roof leaks?
nope. Shouldn't be right.
Okay.
So
We have plenty of those right now.
yeah, and just keep in mind also, when I went down here, I don't know if we all remember the day that it was just dumping, it was pouring down rain here. That was that day that I went down and looked at this. And it was the same in Santa Ana as it was here. It was just dumping down rain. And that building was watertight. We stayed in there, we were in there for about 45 minutes. So someone had the question of, did you hear the rainfall on the top, on the roof? You know, it was very quiet. It wasn't.
Because it's insulated.
Yeah, it's fully insulated. There's actually 2 sections of the roof, and in between there's insulation in the section of the roof. So pretty smart system that they put in this. Again, not saying the district is going to go in this direction, but you know, you got to start somewhere. So I'm starting at the top and working my way down, right? And again, it's important to look at these things and get a visual to see, and then be able to present to the board and the community and say, okay, here are our options, right? In my tenure here, you know, I'm going to have to I have the responsibility of having put together a 5-year master plan. So in that plan, we have to have something that says we are going to either replace or improve the older and oldest classrooms in the district. And there's several of them. There's probably about 6 sites that it was determined in the assessment that need, you know, that are going to need classrooms. They're going to need improvement. So whether that be a brand new structure or whether that be improvement to the existing. Now, mind you, there is a lifespan and a number on each one of these classrooms, right? Some of them older than others, and some of them the oldest in the district, like I mentioned. So we got to think about what we're going to do in the future. And again, whether that be in my tenure or someone else's, it's going to be in a plan that's going to say there has to be something that's going to be implemented in the district over a certain amount of time. These are considered 50 to 100-year buildings. They were telling me more on the 100-year side, so it's going to outlive all of us. Being steel frame and not having any wood construction or any kind of rotting or any kind of termite damage that can take place or anything like that. So pretty cool. You know?
So are we able to uniquely design, because I know we've talked about like bringing in science labs at certain sites that we don't have, especially the K-8, you know, bringing some of that middle school, you know, even like a little music room or science labs, or just something to incorporate some of what they see at middle school, not the whole, but at least something to bring in those things.
So within these structures, depending on the series that's chosen, right, from the 30 to 100, you have so many options and flexibility. I mean, there's so many different things you can do, right, from the smallest to the largest. But to your point, there was one of the handouts that was there that showed, I mean, you can have labs, you can have a kitchen, you can have a place of refuge, you can have an NPR, you can have a classroom of any size, right? So I mean, there's options here. And, you know, whether or not this is the best option for the district, that'll be yet to be determined. But, you know, again, there's
Well, this
many
isn't
options.
the only company too. There's several companies
Right.
that do this.
That's correct. Yep. So this is actually, the Kaya Group was who invited me down. This is their product. They're the contractor that we teamed with to do the facilities needs analysis with us. And so this is their product. They don't do the steel framing, of course, that comes from somewhere else, but you know, this is their product. So anyways, yeah, it's a complete building envelope with everything included. Really quiet HVAC systems, fans included, has daylight. Those windows that you see there are able to operate on remote control and open up, you know, via remote control. Yeah, it's pretty trick. So yeah, pretty nice. So anyways, that's it. Any other?
The cost.
We don't know yet. We're gonna look into it. We're gonna determine what size classroom. That's the next stage. That's the next thing I'm
Now,
going through.
residential in California has to have solar. Is that true for
They're solar
school?
friendly.
These are solar ready roofs. Yeah, solar ready roofs.
Okay.
So again, in this day and age, we have to consider all that kind of stuff, right? Because we can't do that currently without spending a whole lot of money
Right.
to retro what we have, but yet to fix and improve what we have to withstand that load on the roofs that we currently have.
Right.
Right? So this is a structure, again, that will outlive and outlast because of the longevity of it and what it's able to provide, you know, so.
And you're gonna get us estimates on the classroom potential, but also multi-purpose room, just so that we have
I can do that.
an idea.
Absolutely.
There was a classroom in there, just so that we know. I think it was a classroom or multi-purpose room that had two like garage door opening type. Is that a class or
Over
a?
at the high school.
Right.
Yeah.
The industrial doors.
Yeah, they actually built some of those during COVID for a couple of schools so that they can have the door
Makes
open
sense.
up and
The
outdoor
circulation.
type of setting indoors. So.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome. Thank
All
you.
right. So with that, we will continue to meet with contractors and vendors to obtain project ideas, to obtain price quotes. That way we can keep the board informed on a regular basis of the information that we're learning. We will continue to engage with different folks already on staff, but moving forward, you know, as we go through the different processes and steps, it's important that we engage the community and the rest of the staff. Because we are looking at sites that are impacted due to enrollment. For example, R.O. Hardin. We're looking at Calaveras and AAA and Ladd Lane. We're looking at identifying which sites have capacity, like Rancho Santana School and Margaret Mays Middle School. So it's important that we go through all of these different steps to keep you informed. And moving on to Red Ribbon Week, that took place. I know that was a.
Wait, before
yes.
we go to Red
Ribbon
Week.
Don't get wrapped up, Jan. All right.
I would kind of like to kind of pin us down on when we could get some numbers and figures about facilities, like when will we get a presentation? Like, you know, we're getting to the point we need to know the cost of what it would cost to refurbish a portable versus tear down and replace a portable versus a cube or whatever. I mean, we kind of gotta. We need to end date?
A
When-
timeline.
A timeline, when are we gonna get presented?
So we can create a timeline, definitely. As far as committing to a cost, I think that's a little bit difficult,
Well-
because if we think about the various different stages of the portables that we have in the district,
I
we have
know.
old, older, and oldest. The cost will be dependent on the site and the condition of the actual portable.
Well, maybe we have to look at it by need.
Which is the facilities needs assessment with those price tags.
No, what we have to have accomplished by next school year.
So that's the facilities master plan. You're on it. Yes.
That's what I mean. We need, what we have to get done by August.
Well, okay, by August, so that gives us a few months. So we would have to look at it through that lens. What do we need to accomplish within a few months? Which
Right.
can be a shorter timeline of the bigger facilities
Yeah,
master plan.
that's right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about, just
We
so that
can-
we're ready
Okay.
for next school year.
So we'll continue to report to the board. I know that the next board meeting is in a couple of weeks. We may not have a lot to
No,
report.
I understand that,
But
but that's
January
why-
should be
Yeah,
a good
just so
month for
that
us to
we're
report.
not holding
Of course.
the bag in August and being,
Well, and then the funding that's available and what that will look like, you know, because even again, bringing in stakeholders, you know, like we did when we brought things back. And we had several of those meetings, right? We wanted to make sure that what we brought back was in the wishes of what our stakeholders, our staff, you know, felt was important. And so I think working through that, I don't want to forget, you know,
Absolutely.
those
Yeah.
people and the promises that we've
Right.
also talked about many years
Right,
now
right.
in circulation.
Sure.
And so, do needs come forward, you know, in that time? Sure, you know, again, because as Erin said, we've had so many different things as the district evolves that,
Absolutely.
you know, the needs just end up moving forward.
I agree. You know, it is a process, and the process involves many different voices and many different people, many different ideas. We may not be able to meet all of the wants because we're going to look at needs versus wants. Our goal is to increase the longevity of our facilities so that we're not instructing in classrooms that are not appropriate for our students.
Right, and the other is, have we engaged a new demographer?
So that we're in the process of conversations with Davis Demographics, which used to give us the comprehensive.
Right. So we don't have a contract?
We
with them
don't have
yet?
a contract. That should be coming to the board fairly soon, so that we can engage in a study. We need a demographic study with the projections
Can
of
we have
enrollment.
our old one that was done last year brought up? I'll put that in as future board item. Can we just go over, just to go see it in December?
What I can do is I
Or do you
can
think that
send
was-
you.
I
the-
have it. I
Okay.
found mine.
So.
But is that the one, there was one that they presented that it was inaccurate.
Well, it shows us the having a decrease this year. And
It
then
did,
it shows
it did.
over 200 plus
Which
next
we
year.
questioned.
And that's what I'm concerned about.
Sure. So are you saying that you would like for us to review the old report publicly, or you would like for me to send it to you so that you can send me questions?
I think the board needs to
Offline.
decide that.
See, I don't see what we would gain from looking at an old report, you know, because
We need a new
again,
one.
we're looking towards the future. If anything, you know, I think the
Correct.
timeline
Future.
and plugging in all of those different components, plus looking at what the city's development in
Right.
areas and when those things will be happening, because
agree.
that definitely has, again, will have impact for us. And we have to know when that projection of
Right.
homes are going to be falling in place so that we can prepare.
Right.
Because I don't want to be on the tail end and not be prepared for that wave.
I agree.
Yeah. Well, the old one does say we're gonna be plus 200 next year.
Right, but I mean, the city will give us a map of all of the developments, how many homes, you know,
I
in
agree,
the
I agree.
areas. I mean, all of these
Is it the
things
city
have to
only?
be taken into consideration as we're
For us,
doing
it
this
is.
master plan.
Oh, right.
Because it's
Right,
our
right,
district.
Yes, it is.
So,
It's also county. I live in the county and this is my school district.
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking, cause I live over by HTLA and, yeah, we're kinda.
Well, I live in
whatever-
the county and this is my
Whatever
school
development.
district, so, yeah.
So we should probably, if we can get both city and county, just so that we have a nice picture of what developments are coming through. And then,
Well,
is
the
it,
demographer will have that too.
is it appropriate, or maybe it's future, I'll save it.
Yeah.
I'll save it, I'm looking at.
Okay. So, are we okay to move on to Red Ribbon Week?
Yes, thank you.
So we as a district celebrated and talked about and reflected on and encouraged our students to talk about Red Ribbon Week and participate in Red Ribbon Week. So I'd like to really thank our staff who did a phenomenal job in bringing Red Ribbon Week to the students and showing them what the importance of taking care of their bodies and self. These are some examples of some doors that were decorated. And moving on, Mays had a wonderful student luncheon. They do a phenomenal job of celebrating their students. Our student nutrition staff caters, and our teachers and our staff meet and select a student and sit across them and share a meal. And the conversations that take place are genuine. The delightment in the eyes of the students when they get to sit down across from their teacher is just amazing to see. We have had some just really memorable moments in that dining setting, and I would encourage the board to continue to participate and staff because it is absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, it's fun.
We also had staff and students recognized at the County Footsteps to Brilliance ceremony. Our students were just great achievers in reading millions and millions of words. We had staff that were dedicated to the program, and their students obtained a large number, and they were honored as well. They represented Aro Hardin School, Cerro Vista School, Rancho Santana School. A retired employee came back to be celebrated. So it was just a joyous occasion for all. We had community members present, and it was a good reminder that literacy is the foundation of everything. And not least, but it is one of the last slides, I do want to talk about Sunny Slope and just thank the Sunny Slope staff for their just right leadership on the day of the lockdown. It is unheard of for a school in Hollister to be shut down for 4 hours under lockdown. This was lockdown, not shelter in place. And unfortunately, it is a very common theme in any news station, right? But when it happens so close to home and you see the courage and the patience and the grace that staff engaged in that day, I think that it was just phenomenal. They did an outstanding job, and I just want to publicly thank them, publicly thank the parents that were patient and they knew that it was a serious matter and we were doing the best we can to take care of their children. And phenomenal. Everyone from classified to certificated to admin,
You
DO
getting
staff.
out those reports to the parents, that was really great.
And it was a team effort.
Yeah, but everybody
Absolutely.
doing that for the parents and getting them out like that, I know, because other parents at other schools were upset as well.
Right.
You know, because it hits everybody at home, you know. it's just-
Absolutely.
That could be my job.
Absolutely. So thank you very much to the staff of Sunny Slope School.
Absolutely.
You're greatly appreciated for such a hard
Absolutely,
situation, but they handled it like champions.
Absolutely.
And thank you to everybody else. We're doing an amazing job. Sometimes we have some glitches or challenges, but all in all, we are moving the district forward, and I appreciate every single person that is associated to this organization. And that is all.
Thank you. And next we have board member reports. We'll start with trustee Grist.
Well, went to the fall festival at Rancho Santana. It was well attended and a lot of fun. And I think they raised quite a bit of money, which is always nice. Let's see. I think that's about all I have for board member report.
Trustee Martinez?
Nothing to report.
Trustee Tosti?
Nothing to report.
Trustee Marks?
I still need to tour schools if it's possible for the
Yes.
facilities needs. And I wanna, just reiterate, I'd like to schedule some more site visits.
Okay.
That's it.
And happy Veterans Day to any of our staff and community. I did attend a Veterans Day breakfast that is put on by LULAC. It was really nice to be there and see community come together. But yeah, that's what I did. Agenda items, future agenda items, Trustee Chris?
That we put together, we need to do something about our comprehensive middle school plan.
We should put $1.
I'd be a millionaire. So I'd like to see something happen on that. I also, maybe in January, we can see what we have to have done for August to get our schools ready in regards to building stuff. Erin. I'd like to continue on the site visits of Portland. That's not a future agenda item. This Patricia's report made me think of this. You know, they're pushing that coast to coast field trip to lobby in DC, and it's three people from your district, and I'm thinking about, you know, to get more and I'm thinking of the community schools is what made me really push this, and the idea of advocating for our community school, you know, advocating for, you know, special education, for our ELs, you know, those are where those federal dollars come from, for our social, emotional, and maybe, you know, it has to be related to our LEA, has to be only three people. Maybe Erica might want to put a contingency together that would lobby. It's a short trip. I think it's a Sunday through a Tuesday, something like that.
To DC?
To DC, yeah, to lobby for us. You know, we've got a brand new congresswoman who is a heavy hitter in Congress, so she's got a lot of clout. So I'm thinking that is something that maybe Superintendent Sanchez might want to have some of her staff go, that know, you know, I'm thinking of people that know the ropes on these federal funding that could really do something for our district. That's it.
Trustee Martinez?
I think we don't have a list somewhere. I don't know if we, you know, could get a refresher.
Okay.
Share that list.
I'll share the
just
document.
so that we can see. And I don't know if we can even like maybe check mark next to the ones that we feel, okay, we really need to like
Prioritize?
get this one.
Yeah, like maybe a top 10, right?
Yes,
And
that's what I
have
was
a
thinking.
column per board member,
Yeah.
pick their top 10.
Yes.
Rank it.
Okay, I could do that.
Trustee Tosti?
I don't have a future agenda item, but I did want to talk about the community schools. In the past, we've had a dental van come, not an inspection, or it was actually, they gave fillings, and I don't know, you might want to touch base with Anita on that. She probably remembers that, and see how that may work in.
They lost their dental department. It's back up and running. So maybe it's just a matter of reaching out to them.
Reaching out.
But it's 70 Year Hall Foundation.
The
It has the
van that they
mobile
give
unit,
out?
yeah.
Yeah.
Good idea. Trustee Mark?
I have nothing.
I did want to bring up, I am really disappointed that we were not able to do the after-school sports. That one really hurts because we talked about it so much. So, I don't know. How do we, I know that there was a public comment giving an idea. I don't know. How do we remedy that? I know I have kids, friends of my daughter and my daughter as well, that are like almost every week asking, when is after school sports starting? What happened? These are constituents, even though they're not voters, they're future voters, but they care about these things, and it's embarrassing and disappointing to be like, sorry, we couldn't do it. So I just, I don't know. How do we remedy that?
I like the idea that they had about, maybe having them combine at the comprehensive.
So my question is, do we put that, since we have a board meeting coming up pretty quickly, is that something we do behind the scenes? Is that something you could work? Is that something we do as a future agenda?
I think it's administrative.
It is. So I want to clarify. Sports have not been canceled. They have been postponed because we were not able to hire sufficient coaches to cover season 1 when it began. That's very different than just blanket sports have been canceled. So what that means is that, excuse me, season 1 will be in January.
Okay.
So next month, we have about 2 weeks of school.
Yeah.
So if we're gonna have tryouts, it's like they try out, they practice a couple days and then they go away to Christmas vacation. It makes sense to start in January. Unfortunately, because we were not able to hire the staff we needed to at the time of season 1 beginning.
So does that mean we're gonna do retro the sport, or are we going by seasons? I know I'm gonna be asked these questions.
No, yeah, well, they're good questions.
They're gonna be
I-
like,
I
which
think
sports
we
are
do
we
the same
starting?
thing,
They're gonna be
right.
like, what happened
I
to
don't-
basketball? What happened to soccer?
Sure. I don't have that information with me right now, but I can definitely email the board that information and we can publicize it when the time comes. As far as what happens to the sports that were missed in season 1, it might be that we skip over those depending on the coaches that are available.
Right.
Because coaches apply for specific sports.
Right.
There might be, I'm going to make this up, and it's not accurate, do not quote me. If soccer was season 1 and only 1 coach signed up for soccer, but 5 coaches signed up for flag football or whatever, it all depends on our staffing. We have to remember that this is supplemental work, and we're not to make staff feel like they're forced to do this. We respect that this is off hours. Totally.
And is it offered for anyone who's interested, whether it's
It's
a
been
classified employee?
It's been open for a
Now
while.
it's everybody.
So
it just got posted on Parent Square. It's any.
So it has been open for a while. We reposted it, at the request of the board, of President Torres de Luna, and it has been open. So classified, certificated, walk-on coaches, substitutes.
And I think that's a good point. Thank you for clarifying, because I think that's another point to make, right? That it wasn't like, it was canceled just because, that it's because of lack of coaches, but then it's a call to the community, right? Then, students really, and parents, we really want the kids to have the after-school sports, so we need coaches. And so if we can get those answers of like what season, which sports are we starting with, when we anticipate starting, so that we can let people know.
Absolutely.
Thank you. And then the other one I wanted to remind everybody about, as I was walking at HDLA during pickup and had to park in the field, I remembered that the development between on the side of HDLA and Mays, I think it's called the Rosati?
Yeah.
Rosati development that we had talked about and were in conversations with, that also
conversation was of making sure that there was a sidewalk connecting. And I was just visualizing, I was like, oh, I can't wait for it, and I hope we don't lose that. So I want to make sure that everybody, that our board remembers that.
Yes.
And when those conversations start again, that we do not lose sight of advocating for that sidewalk. I'll also do what I need to do to contact, the people that we were in negotiations with, because I live in that neighborhood, so that.
Right.
So, just making sure that we keep that, in mind.
And then another suggestion, going back to the sports, trying to see if we don't block ourselves from competing, pulling at the same time the resources that, I don't want to offer, if we can maybe change the time we're offering so that if I coach at the high school, but I know I coach in the spring, I may be able to coach in the fall, that particular sport, so we're not competing on the same sports for the same limited resources if we're talking about coaches, right? And so like with baseball or basketball and, just trying to do, maybe being creative and trying to offer off-scheduled times to where we can access these folks that could be available.
Are you talking like baseball? And
We don't do
it's
that.
usually a spring sport, so
They don't do
offer it
that.
in the fall.
No,
That's not a sport.
No, I know, it's a hypothetical.
it's a, well,
But I think we
yes,
should be, there,
but
Oh,
people
I'm just talking
here.
about like, but the off-season,
Yes.
like if they do fall ball instead of spring ball.
right.
So you would pick,
If
A
it's,
different
if it's
season
doable,
than
depending
the-
on the weather, right?
Right, than
Again,
the
but
normal.
yes, we're not, I mean, because
Because
if we're
normally
struggling
we
to find
follow,
it,
normally they follow, like basketball's normally in the winter.
why?
you
Because
know.
it's indoors, right?
That's right.
Because we need the indoor gyms. But again, it's, if everybody else is doing it at the same time, then we're trying to pull resources
I
that
got it,
are already finite.
right.
Just trying to be creative and trying to figure out
That
different things.
basketball coach
Yeah.
who might be doing, right,
Right.
right.
Thank you. I mean,
Thank you.
It's an idea. Announcements and reminders?
And it's gonna be Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving
Or
to
not,
everyone.
or
Or Friendsgiving, or
yeah, or fun Thanksgiving.
Festivus.
Okay, do we have a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion that we adjourn our meeting.
I'll second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Okay. Do that. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.